Hello, everyone. I'm India Bork, Environment Correspondent at The New Statesman, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to our third day of Making Sense of Net Zero Global Event Series. Today will be devoted to the challenges around the energy transition, and we will be exploring how we can speed up a global and just transition to a cleaner, smarter, and more resilient world. Perhaps one of the most important warnings to keep in mind in this context comes from the International Energy Agency itself, which has said that if the energy sector is to reach net zero by 2050, then there is no space for new fossil fuel projects left. The current UK government is ignoring this warning with its announcement of new oil and gas licenses in the North Sea, not to mention fracking. But if the warning is heeded, as many companies and politicians are attempting to do, then what should the energy transition look like? How can the whole global system, from the way we produce energy to the way we set up agriculture and global supply chains, be reconfigured in the aid of halving global emissions by 2030 and reaching net zero 2 decades after that? Those are the questions which our excellent panelists are going to tackle. But before we start, I would like to say a huge thank you to the sponsors of today's event. Those are Aberdeen, DWS, Flood Re, Masdar City, and RMS. Please check out the sponsor tab on the event website and click the company logos to find out more information on all the organizations who have made today possible. All of today's content will also be available to delegates on our on-demand service. You'll be able to use this from Thursday by re-logging onto the event platform, clicking on the on-demand tab, and then scrolling for the session that you want to play back. Please also remember to use the hashtag #MakingSenseOfNetZero when posting about the event on social media. We would really love to hear your comments and feedback and your questions as the panels are taking place. So first up, we have a fireside chat with Robert Muir-Wood, RMS's Chief Research Officer, in conversation with Ben Carey-Evans, Global Data's Insurance Analyst, to discuss innovations in insurance to support the path to net zero. Over to you, Ben.
Great, thanks, India. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the fireside chat. So today we're talking about innovations in insurance to support the path to net zero. I'm Ben Carey-Evans, and with me is Robert Muir-Wood, the Chief Research Officer from RMS.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. As India mentioned there, if you have any questions, if you could put them in the chat, and I will come to them towards the end of our chat today. So I'll be looking out for those. So hi, Robert. I think just to start us off, can you talk us through where risk modelling is at globally and the key developments we've seen over the last few years?
Okay, thanks for the question. Thanks for participating in this session. So I want to give some background first of all to what is a catastrophe model, which is the class of model that we build, the class of models that underpins the insurance sector. In the basis of catastrophe modeling is the record of extreme events, which may go back a few decades, perhaps 100 years of history. It's actually not enough to show us everything that can happen. So we make a synthetic history, like 100,000 years of this synthetic history. And in order to make this synthetic history realistic, we have to understand everything that determines a catastrophe event, where, for example, for hurricanes, where they're born, how they intensify, how they track, what happens when they make landfall. And we break the problem down into 4 components, starting with this process of event generation. As for synthetic hurricanes, next, each event we look at a hazard footprint, which may cover several perils: hurricane wind, hurricane storm surge, hurricane inland rainfall, flooding. And next we look at the exposure and the path of the hazard, along with vulnerability functions that convert the hazard metric into financial loss. And out of all this, we get some key metrics around the average annual loss, which is the amount you set aside each year to pay for all your catastrophes. It's sort of a key component that insurance companies will want to use. These kind of catastrophe models have been developed for all the principal perils in all the countries in which there's a significant insurance presence. And it includes hurricane, severe convective storm, winter storms, wildfire, earthquake, flood, and sort of man-made hazards as well. So that's just a little background to what is cat modeling. As I say, it sort of underpins property insurance and reinsurance business. So what is, and I want to talk today about the risk modeling. What is it doing to support the path to net zero? What extra features of risk modeling are required? I mean, as you'll be discussing throughout the afternoon, to achieve net zero, greenhouse gas emissions will require transformations in the economy, great changes to how businesses function, and what we measure around the cost of carbon, around reductions in the use of fossil fuels, and the construction of new infrastructure, the benefits of removing carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. And so I'd like to, in our conversation, I'd like to talk about 6 areas where insurance underlain by new risk modeling will be critical to the net zero target.
Okay, great. So, I mean, given insurance is very focused on 1-year contracts, how is or how can risk modeling expand to have a longer term view on these risks?
Well, yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, insurance tends to write 1-year contracts. Some risk transfer goes into 3-year contracts for insurance-linked securities. But actually, our first action in this area has been to build out future versions of our current climate risk models. The sort of the way we build them, the architecture of a catastrophe model, it lends itself to being modified about the event rates in the model. So if we know how the events in the model are going to shift in likelihood, in geography, in severity, we can include that in making a version of future risk. And that's what we've actually set out to do in order to create these future risk models. And I mean, as part of that, clearly there's a lot of uncertainty about the future. We follow the IPCC in what are called representative concentration pathways. We look at 4 potential RCPs into the future and track how the risk is expected to change for the principal perils at 5-year intervals all the way to 2100. And we've built these out for our core insurance clients. We encourage them to take a look beyond what is present day risk. I mean, just around the corner. I mean, there are good reasons for doing that, because there is uncertainty about what is the current state of risk. We may find a year from the future turning up ahead of the time. I mean, if you look at things like 2017 hurricanes, or even Hurricane Ian, only 10 days or so ago, it had a number of features about it which are kind of likely signatures of climate change. It intensified very fast. It was extremely big. It moved slowly. It had very, very extraordinary rainfall totals. And all of those probably have some influence of climate change in them. So we encourage our core clients, our core insurance clients, to look at risk into the future. But also there are a lot of other problems, like sort of banks and offering long-term loans on the standard mortgage, where you need to look over a longer time horizon than a 1-year perspective for insurance. And that is why we have built out this model to look through the whole 70 years ahead, effectively, in order to identify the answers to different questions that other sectors will ask, as around infrastructure, for example, which may be expected to last 50 or 100 years.
Thank you. Interesting. So how are risk models going to support moves for adaptation of different forms of risk reduction?
Well, that's I mean, adaptation will cost money, and any intervention is going to cost money, and you need to work out what are the benefits which are going to be brought by adaptation. I mean, if I give an example of how sort of future risk modeling supports adaptation, supposing we want to build a flood wall to protect against coastal flooding, the fundamental question is how high should we make the wall? If we make it higher, it's going to be more expensive. If it's lower, it'll offer less protection. So we do what's called a benefit cost analysis on the wall, and the benefit is the floods that don't happen as a result of building the wall. So in our model, we are simulating lots of different potential events, lots of potential floods. So it's the ones that don't cause any damage. That is the benefit, and we can turn that into an annualized benefit. A 3-meter high wall might cost 20 million to build and save $5 million each year in the floods that don't happen. A 4-meter wall might cost $30 million and save 6 million each year. And that's sort of simple under current conditions, but we have the added complication that risk is going to change into the future. So the flood risk in 20 or 30 years' time may be different to the flood risk today, in which case we need to take that into consideration when we're doing this benefit cost analysis. And ultimately we'll have to make a decision about how much to invest. In particular, we probably need to build a wall which has the potential to be extended, to be made even higher without having to take it down and start again. We've got to think differently to how we build infrastructure in a constant climate. So there are many areas of adaptation, whether you're reducing wildfire risk, or whether you're introducing a wind design code, introducing irrigation for agriculture. It all costs money, and you're going to have to work out where to invest, what's going to have the biggest bang for the buck, as it were, in terms of the losses that don't happen. So it's going to be a core utility of future risk models to support decision making around adaptation.
Thank you. There's a couple of parts to this question, so I'll go through it slowly. But how is modelling going to support sustainable energy generation? How will it facilitate the expansion of geographies and technologies covered in the models themselves? And then how will it adapt to the perils of heat waves and droughts, for example?
Yeah, well, that's a number of questions there. But I mean, the first one is sort of what is the agenda of risk modeling, and how can it expand to support the innovations in sustainable energy generation? And I mean, in particular, just sort of to focus on wind and solar as sources of energy. I mean, a key risk to wind turbines, I mean, it doesn't happen very often, is sort of failures in extreme winds. And we may currently model the risk for land areas in the UK and Denmark and Germany, but actually it's become an innovation to expand our modeling to capture wind risk right out in the middle of the North Sea, for example, or in areas where there may be wind turbine activity. So the first thing we can do is make sure we're covering the right geography, and the right geography for solar panels. And the solar panels may be installed in central Spain or even in the Sahara Desert. And we need to sort of make sure our models have the appropriate geography. And then we need to look at the perils which are most significant in impacting these capabilities, whether it's wind for turbines, but for solar panels are susceptible to damage from hail and also extreme windstorms. I mean, for example, one feature of solar panels is in Japan and some other countries, they've installed large arrays of solar panels on top of a lake on the basis that doesn't waste any land, which could be used for agriculture. But the challenge is a typhoon comes along and causes very significant damage and destruction on the lake. So it's something that insurance is going to need to be there to support the encouragement, the expansion to new areas of sustainable energy generation. And we need to make sure that the risk modeling is sort of there right behind it. So that's your first question. And the second question was about, I think, sort of perils which we have not really thought about in the past. I mean, in particular, we started doing much more work on extreme droughts and heat waves. I mean, these are perils which have clearly got a very strong climate signature in the occurrence in Central Europe this summer in the heat wave, or in northwest US and Canada last year in the heat wave and fire. So it's something which we need to be more on top of and recognize sort of that while, the reason we haven't built such models before is because there's less insurance, but I think there will be more insurance, and also these are perils which are causing quite significant impact, economic impact, human impact already. And in doing this for sort of drought and heat, one innovation which I've been pursuing is the sort of the idea that really we think there are really two varieties of heat we're concerned with. There's the heat which accompanies drought, which is sort of dry heat, which and there's heat, sort of what we call humid heat, which is heat which accompanies high levels of moisture in the air, which we measure with a different kind of thermometer. We measure with what's called a wet bulb thermometer, which takes into account what is the difference in humidity between the atmosphere as it is and maximum water vapor content, and the wet bulb temperatures. So the humid heat temperatures are the critical ones that affect levels of production in factories in India, for example, where they don't have air conditioning. They suffer when the heat gets close to human body temperatures, and it can be very dangerous. This is actually heat which can kill you if you're out in it for too long, as opposed to the dry heat, which the principal impact is what happens to building foundations. That the clay may shrink if the ground dries out in a heat wave. It's been a big problem in the UK and France in the past. In France, they've had more losses caused by building subsidence from heat waves in the past 5 years than they've had losses from flood. So it's sort of their number one climate peril for the insurance system in France. And it's a function as summers get hotter and dry, you're going to have more and more damage to building foundations turning up. One thing we can guarantee is, given the heat wave in southern Britain this year, there's going to be a lot more subsidence claims to buildings, which will be paid by insurers through into this winter and next spring. It often takes a while before the damage is manifest, but these are new sort of additional perils which we need to be on top of, because they're ones with a very strong climate change signature.
Yes, yeah, and sort of following on from that, the themes of heat waves and floods and that topic. How can insurers cope with the level of risk is accelerating at such a rate that certain areas become almost uninsurable due to either high flooding risk or wildfires, as you touched upon?
Yeah, no, it's a big problem, and we can already see it. It's not sort of out there in the future. It's already happening. It's one of the most challenging aspects of climate change, is where the risk rises faster than insurance can be sustained, or even where the measurement of risk improves to reveal hotspots of risk. One feature that has happened around risk modeling is if we went back 20 years, it was not possible to differentiate flood risks building by building. And people just accepted the idea that everyone should pay the same insurance cost as a proportion of the property rebuild cost. And so that was okay because you didn't know any better. But now our high resolution flood models can differentiate flood risk cost even to properties in the same street when they show some variation in elevation. And so it would seem unreasonable to charge someone who lives on the hill the same flood insurance cost as someone who lives next to the river. But the problem with this is that it sort of then leads to certain risks of seeming effectively uninsurable. And there's a danger in the UK. There was a clear danger that some people wouldn't be able to get insurance, and a scheme was set up to cross-subsidize the flood risk premiums of those at greatest flood risk. The idea is that the cross-subsidy will go away after 25 years as people protect themselves against flood, but that actually seems pretty unlikely. The same situation exists in many countries. In Florida, the coastal hurricane risk, as we've seen with Hurricane Ian, in California, wildfire risk. And if you live in a wealthy country, they'll find a way of providing cross-subsidies or maintaining alternative publicly owned insurers will take on the residual risk, but the subsidies will need to pile up because the risk is rising, and there's going to be a big crisis precipitated by Hurricane Ian in Florida, for example. So in wealthy countries, they can afford to divert resources, but for lower and middle income countries, this may not be so easy. If you take some of the countries or the islands in the Caribbean, which were really badly hit by Hurricanes Maria and Irma in 2017, I mean, in particular, the island of Dominica, for example, which was battered by an extreme Category 5 Hurricane Maria in 2017, and the losses added up to something like somewhere between 2 and 3 years of the total GDP of the islands. Effectively, they sort of lost half the value of all their property and the contents of properties across the island. Now they're busy trying to improve their buildings, trying to improve the building code. But if it gets hit again by another hurricane in the not too distant future, in the next 10 or 20 years at a similar intensity to Maria, the insurers will simply pull out because they think they can't get enough premium to pay for the risk. And it's not quite clear what happens then, because without insurance you can't get a mortgage. The economy will collapse, and actually it's not clear who will step in to do something about it. I mean, this is a sort of a big problem looming out there around the uninsurability of not just certain locations or certain buildings, but whole territories.
Yeah. And sort of moving on to the insurers themselves and what they can do and their sort of behavior around it. Do you think insurers should be rewarded for carbon sequestration? And how should they react? How should sort of regulators react if CO2 then escapes in the atmosphere? So should insurers reward companies for carbon sequestration? And then how should the insurers react if CO2 escaped into the atmosphere? Should sort of any credits that had been gained previously be removed as a result of that?
Yeah, well, this is another area of sort of potential innovation around how insurance can function, which is around this. I mean, I think this will be part of general discussion around how to reward the sequestration of carbon, and sort of if people are taking rewards, if they're taking credits for successfully sequestering carbon, what happens if the carbon leaks out again? And so this is a sort of an interesting area which has been explored, I know. I mean, if you take the example of filling an underground reservoir with CO2 generated from burning fossil fuels, what's called carbon capture and storage, the underground reservoir may have been a former gas field in which it's quite likely to be quite well sealed, but it may be a sort of new situation for storing gases under high pressure. But I mean, suppose an earthquake is triggered by elevated fluid pressures and it initiates a leak, then you might want some kind of insurance protection. I mean, we will want to know the carbon, if we're going to dump it underground, it's going to stay there for at least 100 years. I mean, you'll never get anybody to write a 100-year insurance contract, but you might get someone to write a sort of 10-year contract, and then after that pass the risk on to the government. And this is something which I can see room for innovation. I mean, there's another area around sequestration concerns allowing a forest to be a credit if the forest is expanding and the amount of timber being held and the amount of carbon being trapped. Then for as long as the life of the forest, maybe 100, 200 years, you are preventing carbon entering the atmosphere. So it's a good thing. But the challenge comes if the forest gets blown down by a windstorm or it gets burnt in a fire, then what's happened to the credit? And again, you could see a situation where you might actually want to offer sort of or insure the credits themselves, and actually think about how you would model the risk. And in fact, in our risk modeling, we already model the risk to forests because in Sweden in particular, these are private forests, and they want to ensure the value of the timber, because if it all gets blown down, it's worth a lot less than if it's still standing and can be harvested properly in the future. So this is sort of an interesting new angle for what insurance could do to support a system of sequestration and carbon credits.
Thank you. I'll just give a reminder now. We've got sort of 2 or 3 questions left. So if you have any questions for Robert, please put them in the chat, and I'll come to them at a few minutes at the end of the chat. So back to insurers. So how should insurers and the insurance industry as a whole go about insuring high emission industries? I mean, should they start phasing them out, or work with them if the companies themselves agree to start becoming greener, or should it be a case of cutting ties completely?
Yeah, I mean, there's movement going on. I think, I mean, throughout the industry, you can say there's sort of movement shifting away from the most intensive industries. I mean, it's politically quite difficult, I know, for insurers to take unilateral action, and they get picked on by government representatives, especially in the US, so I mean, I think there is movement generally in the right direction. I mean, I wouldn't expect sort of insurance to be the process which is the big driver of decarbonization. It certainly is going to sort of it probably won't move faster than society as a whole, and sort of governments in taking action to encourage, in particular, an effective cost of carbon, and encouragements of different kinds in sustainable energy generation. I mean, that I think is not going to be driven by insurance companies. It's going to be driven by governments.
And so how will insurers adapt to new technologies, such as the hydrogen economy? Will they need to develop new technologies themselves? And what will the implication for risk be on that?
Yeah, well, there's lots of things. I sort of talked in our chat about sort of areas where insurance can support the path to net zero, but there's going to be lots of other things going on in parallel with this. I mean, in sort of innovations, new technologies, and so on. I mean, a lot of these are quite challenging to insurance. I mean, take driverless cars, for example, is pretty interesting challenge about who owns the risk if someone gets run down, and sort of third-party liabilities. Is there a human at some point who's considered responsible? So the insurance industry is sort of busy contemplating these issues, and actually, is it the companies that actually make the cars, that make the Teslas, whatever, are they going to want to hang on to the insurance so that the way that the owner of a car used to be able to shop around for an insurance policy, maybe there'll be something which is actually packaged into the car as you purchase it. So that is, there's innovations going to be required there. I mean, cyber attacks are getting more sophisticated. More often, the largest ones maybe actually run in maybe state organized, and sort of this question is that sort of on a path to what might be called an act of war, which may be an exclusion in insurance policies. So there's lots of sort of contemplation about where cyber is going to go into the future. I mean, the hydrogen economy is sort of one example of all the sustainable energy generation is sort of going to be challenged by how electricity is stored in giant batteries and pump storage systems and so on, but or in producing hydrogen and using hydrogen as a fuel. So all that is going to produce new challenges for insurers to function. So all of these changes, the ones I've been talking about around climate change, the ones around innovations in technology, are going to be going on in parallel.
Great, thanks, Robert. That's it in terms of questions from me. I think we started a bit early, so it's been a good chat. A lot of interesting topics covered and technologies. I'm just wondering if we have any questions that pop up last minute, but it looks like we haven't from the chat. So I think we'll end it there. So thank you very much for your time, Robert.
Okay, thanks, Ben.
Thank you, and I'll pass you back to India, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Great. Well, hello again. I'm India Borg, environment correspondent at the New Statesman, and I'm delighted to be chairing the first panel discussion of the day, and its title is Boosting Clean Energy Power Generation to Meet Global Energy Demands. And joining me today is Julian Leslie. He's at the bottom of the screen. He is the head of networks and the chief engineer at the National Grid ESO. Then we also have Toby Ferenczi, currently the CEO and founder of Granular, which is a software clean tech company, as well as being the founder of Energy Tag, which is a non-profit standards body for the industry. Plus, we're also hoping to be joined by Dolf Gielen, Director for Innovation and Technology at the International Renewable Energy Agency. We're very much hoping he can make it, but he's just been held up. So hopefully he will join us on the call in a bit to give us the kind of the big international picture. So thank you both for agreeing to take part. We would also really like you, the people watching at home, to get involved. Please do submit questions for our speakers at any point during the session via the Ask a Question button on your screen. I will field them and we'll get through hopefully as many as possible or all of them. And I'm also very keen, if Toby and Julian have questions for each other, I very much encourage that. If you want to ask your questions anonymously for those at home, please click over the eye icon in the question box and it will just obscure your name. And do finally remember to use the hashtag Making Sense of Net Zero when posting about the event on social media. So just before we go to our panelists, when discussing a subject as broad as how to speed up the net zero energy transition, I sometimes find it helpful to outline a few facts just to keep in mind as the discussion's going on. And the three I've settled on are, first, as I mentioned earlier, the International Energy Agency has said there is no more room for new fossil fuel development if net zero is to be met. Second, there are also potential savings to be made. Oxford researchers predict a rapid transition to green energy, such as wind and solar, could save between $5 to $15 trillion a year, I believe, compared to taking no action, since renewables are just becoming so much cheaper so fast. And then finally, there's the cost of inaction. And by 2050, the economic costs of loss and damage alone could exceed $1 trillion every year as the impacts of climate change intensify. That first fact, though, about no new fossil fuel development, it still leaves a grey area about how much existing fossil fuels use can be had and about the rate of the transition away from them. So essentially, the big question in front of our panelists is, if war is threatening to slow down the energy transition, what can be done to speed it up? And I thought I'd start just by asking each of you to give a quick insight into what achieving that transition looks like within your current roles and organizations. So essentially, what you do and how does speeding up the green transition fit into it? Julian, could we start with you to give us the big kind of UK picture?
Thanks, India. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Julian Leslie, Head of Networks and Chief Engineer for the Electricity System Operator. So my role is to ensure that we have a network that is operable and developed in a way such that we can transition to net zero as rapidly as possible. We're very fortunate here in Great Britain that we have had a very strong and consistent set of government objectives and support for many years now, starting with 20% of all our electricity had to be from renewable by 2020. And now we have 100% zero carbon 100% of the time by 2035. So the UK government has really laid out this clear path, which has allowed us as a system operator, but also the industry to have that clarity as to the direction of travel in which we're going. And that's been supported by policies and subsidies, etc., to allow us to transition. As a system operator, though, that leaves us with technical challenges as to how you operate a system which has traditionally relied on thermal plants, which, with all of its rotating mass and inertia and all those technical capabilities that thermal plant deliver. And we're having to find new and innovative ways in which we can replace all of those. And we set an ambition back in 2019 that by 2025, so what is now only 3 years away, it's all pretty scary, is that we will have the first few hours of the GB electricity system running at zero carbon generation. So we expect this to be a windy, sunny sort of August Sunday afternoon, probably, where we will have the market will deliver us as 100% zero carbon solution. And we as a system operator will not need to interfere with that in order to provide the services for frequency management, grid stability, voltage management, etc., that we would have to do today. So, and we've done that through market-led solutions. So we have put the requirements, technical requirements out there into the market. And then the market has brought forward innovative solutions in order to meet those requirements. And we've done that through an open procurement process.
Brilliant. There was a slight blip on, hopefully just on my end and no one else's, when you were just describing the first day that something will happen, and it sounded very interesting.
Okay, so in 2025, we have this ambition that we will be able to run the grid system at zero carbon. And that'll be the first time. When you think that in 2013, 66% of all of our energy came from coal. Currently it's about 1%. And then as we get to 2025, we want to be able to run at zero carbon for those first few hours. But then obviously transitioning from 2025 out to 2035, well, that needs to be 100% zero carbon 100% of the time. So that brings in a couple of additional challenges, sort of the resource adequacy. How do you ensure security of supply? How do you cover for the week-long periods where there's not a lot of wind and not a lot of sun, and it could be quite cold? But also, what is the role of flexibility in all of that? And anybody that's watching what's happening in GB, we launched on Thursday our winter outlook, and as part of that, the demand side flexibility service, which is the first time in the UK where consumers can actively shift their load to be moving away from the peak of the day to sort of, and then they'll be compensated for that, financially rewarded for doing that. And to me, this is the beginning of the big transition where demand side and demand flexibility to move the demand to when the generation is available. And what we're doing this winter, I think, is the first step on the way to making this a reality for the grid system operators, but also for consumers to really engage as to how and when they consume energy.
Thank you so much, Julian. How the National Grid operates is just amazing and deeply complicated, I'm sure. But Toby, it'd be great to bring you in on that note of consumers managing the kind of demand side. It'd be great to hear if you could just describe a little bit about how your work is tackling that issue.
Sure, absolutely. So thanks first of all for having me. So we're a software company, a clean tech software company, and we provide software to energy suppliers. But the challenges that we're addressing are, first of all, as you pointed out, how do we get the electricity system to be zero carbon as quickly as possible? Because that's actually going to be what's needed for addressing 75% of global carbon emissions. So if you think about all of the electrification that's coming in transport and heating and industry, switching those fossil fuel-based technologies to electricity and then decarbonizing that electricity, that will actually address 75% of global carbon emissions, which is something that we need to do as quickly as possible. So it's how do you accelerate that change? But also another problem, which is how do you actually choose one type of electricity over another as a consumer, whether you're a big corporate that's buying electricity for your data centers or your processes, or you're an individual trying to buy green energy from an energy provider. How do you make that choice? And what we do as a software company is we're launching a new system of energy certificates in partnership actually with National Grid and Nord Pool, who's the power market operator, and various other partners, and with the support of the Department of Energy in the UK. And this new system enables consumers to have transparency over where and also when their electricity is coming from different sources. And we actually have the way that this is done today. There is a certificate system that's been around for 20 years. and it's actually a global system, and it relies on annual matching of supply and demand, which means that to be 100% green, all you need to do is buy certificates from renewable power generators that were produced in any time within a 12-month window of when you consume that electricity. And essentially what that implies is you can take certificates from last summer and use them in the middle of winter at nighttime, which is not really reflective of the challenge that we now face on the grid, which is that at certain times you have much more renewable energy than we can use, and other times we don't have much at all. And so you need a new system of certificates that really reflects that physical reality of the grid and tells consumers where their energy is coming from each hour of the day. And then by starting to buy clean energy in that way, it's sometimes called 24/7 clean energy, and we've seen kind of leadership positions in this on the corporate side from the big tech companies like Google and Microsoft. By doing that, by buying clean energy in this way, you can have a real impact on the energy system in driving not only the deployment of more renewable energy, power generation, wind farms and solar farms, but also some of these other technologies that we're going to need in order to reach net zero, such as battery storage, or other technologies that can deliver flexibility or produce clean energy at the times when it's most needed. And so we provide a software system we provide to energy companies, which then enables them to offer these certificates and clean energy to consumers in that way. And so far we've launched in the UK with participation from 14 of the main energy providers, so it's most of the energy suppliers for businesses in the UK. And we're active in several other countries as well.
No, it sounds so important to have things like that, especially as the whole world is trying to account for its carbon emissions, and from companies to nations, they're all trying to add up and do the maths and make sure they hit the targets. How do you feel about the current prospects of tackling things like greenwashing? What are the tools existing at the minute to make sure that transition, we get there in a speedy way, but also not a kind of fake or misleading way?
Should I take that one? So I think, well, first of all, there are a lot of positive developments in terms of willingness from the private sector and organizations and individuals in terms of their ambition to both report and set targets for reducing carbon emissions. And so that is definitely to be applauded. And there are also requirements now on public companies to disclose their ESG, environmental sustainability goals, calculate their carbon emissions. I think the challenge is that these, the way in which that auditing is done, these standards are still evolving and have not, unlike sort of financial accounting and financial reporting, which have been around for much longer and are well established, these standards in sustainability reporting are still going through some evolution. And we're focused on essentially an improvement that we think is absolutely essential in terms of how organizations account for the carbon emissions associated with their electricity consumption, which is kind of a growing part of people's carbon emissions. And one of the key things that they can do to reduce their carbon emissions is to buy renewable energy as opposed to fossil fuel electricity, but they need to do so in the right way in order to have the right impact. So we're just seeing a bit of, I think, kind of natural evolution in these standards, and it is up to the international community to kind of come together to set these standards in the right way. And there's organizations like the World Resources Institute who set the greenhouse gas protocol on which the world's carbon accounting is based. And they are about to kind of reopen that standard in order to address the concerns that we have and that other organizations have. So it is evolving, but absolutely transparency is key. Otherwise, there is a real danger of greenwashing.
I might come back to find out what you think can be done to help that at the upcoming COP27 summit, but I'd love to go to Julian actually first. Just we talked a little bit about the demand side, but it'd be great to hear from you about the supply side issues too. And I know that National Grid released a report last week, issuing quite a serious warning about the kind of intermittency issues that might that we'll see this winter. And yeah, so if you could just talk a little bit to start with how that security of supply looks like on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things. There's a very short-term issue as we transition from a very carbon-intensive network to a renewable network. And we're in that transition right now, and obviously no one foresaw a war in mainland Europe that's affecting gas supplies, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, the scenarios, I mean, our base case for this winter is that things will be tight but manageable. But obviously there are a couple of credible scenarios we published last Thursday where we may not receive electricity imports into the UK, or an even more severe scenario is where we don't receive any gas imports into the UK, and therefore we end up having to curtail gas electricity generation, which then has an impact on the electricity network. But they're very extreme scenarios, so we're planning for them as prudent system operators, and a prudent industry would expect us to plan for those. But as I say, our base case is that we will get through this winter, very similar to last winter. It'll just be tight and challenging, but we'll get through it. As you look to the longer term, though, I think, as I spoke earlier, we've got this very clear ambition for 2035 and zero carbon operation 100% of the time. And you can see through the British Energy Security of Supply, or a strategy that was published earlier this year, that actually there is enough generation, zero carbon generation, that is planned to come onto the system by 2035. The big piece of the jigsaw that's missing in my world, though, and also across the globe, is that long duration energy storage. What technology is that going to be? What are the market mechanisms? What are the subsidies or incentives that are required in order to get that big investment to play? Because I can see that within day flexibility, as Toby talked about, shifting domestic load and an industrial load to match the generation within the day, or maybe within 2 days, but actually 3, 4, 5, 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, where does that source of energy come from if you don't have a store of coal or gas that you can just turn on at a moment's notice? So really understanding what that energy mix is of the future, how much CCUS are we going to have, carbon capture, usage and storage, so then you do have dispatchable generation, how much of long duration energy storage do we have, so hydrogen electrolysis, compressed air in salt caverns or liquid.
I'm going to pause you because I'd love you just to explain those things a tiny bit further, because they're so important. And so if you could just give a slight 101 of what long-term energy storage could look like, and what you think are the most promising parts.
Yeah, so that long duration energy storage, it's a store of energy that is there, and then it's available. It stores up over a long period of time, and then it releases itself over a long period of time. A bit like gas storage has been historically, the methane gas storage that we've had at Rough here in GB, but also across Europe.
And that's really important to complement the renewable energy mix.
Absolutely, yeah, because come 2030 in the UK, 50% of the time we will have more renewable generation than there is demand. So finding a method and a technology that can store that energy, so that when the 50% of the time we have less renewable energy than we have demand, we have access to that stored energy. So there are a whole host of technologies out there that can do that. One is to use electricity to create hydrogen through electrolysis, and then store the hydrogen, then bring it back as electricity when it's needed. The other is to sort of compress air into big salt caverns or disused oil and gas fields. So again, you can just pump air in and compress it and compress it and compress it and store that energy. Then when you need it, a bit like a bicycle tire or a car tire, when you press the valve, the energy comes out and you can convert that back to electricity. So those are sort of the two large scale ones that are sort of now and here, and you can see the technology is ready and available. The big challenge is though, it's that investment certainty, because these are big capital programs that take a long time to invest and need a lot of capital investment. but also what is the market structure. So if I've stored all of this energy over the last 3 or 4 months, I've not made any money because I've just been storing and paying money into the market. But then when is the right time for me to release it? And is that a pure market decision? Because as a system operator, I might want you to hang on to it for a few days because I can still see we're challenged in a few days. But as a market operator, I might think, well, actually, I need to make the money now. So I'm just going to release as much energy as I possibly can back into the market. So that whole sort of understanding what the needs are, making sure that there's market mechanisms, incentive structures, whatever it needs to be to bring forward the investment, and then understanding what that market structure looks like once you've built these devices and you've got this stored energy, what is the way that plays in the market and how does it sort of guarantee its revenues, but also be there when as a system operator we need it to maintain security of supply for GB.
That's so important. It seems like there's the technology side of the equation and the market structure side of the equation. On both, but maybe particularly to start with on the technology side. I know you said these are existing technologies, but is there anywhere, the UK obviously doesn't have them up and running yet, is there anywhere in the world that does? And is that place also, is there anywhere that has good market structures in place yet for this?
No, so all these things have been, the hydrogen electrolysis is being tested at a small scale, but the scale we're talking about is gigawatts of these devices. And that's the bit that hasn't been tested, is how you scale these things up. And compressed air, we know we can compress air, but again, how do you scale it up? So actually these are storing gigawatt hours of stored energy that can be stored there for a long period of time. So it's the scaling up that hasn't been demonstrated anywhere in the world. I think China is building a couple of 100 megawatt hydrogen plants or whatever, but that will be the biggest. And yet we're talking here in GB, and if you look at our future energy scenarios, we need something like 30 gigawatts of energy storage by 2035. And that's just peak. And then that's just your peak output. You've then got to sort of multiply that by the number of hours that we need, which gets you into terawatt hours of stored energy that's required by 2035.
So there is still some uncertainty hanging over how that's achieved. Sorry for perhaps the naive question, but what role do interconnectors play, and is there a possibility that we link our renewable electricity sources and grid up closer with the European continent and flow energy around that way? And
yeah, so I mean, interconnectors have been seen as a huge battery, so that as we connect to Europe, and we now have 8 gigawatts of connection to Europe with more in the pipeline. And historically, that's been a phenomenal sort of source that when we've got excess renewables, we can export the energy, and when they've got excess renewables, we can import it. And up until March of this year, we have been a net importer of low cost, low carbon energy across the interconnectors. However, since the war in Ukraine has happened, GB has been a net exporter of power, both electricity and gas, 24/7, 365, since March. So that's really fundamentally changed the game and changed the role of interconnectors, because we never forecast to be a net export of energy until the 2030s. So it's just come sort of 10 years early because of the situation that Ukraine is having. So at the moment, interconnectors are working really well for mainland Europe because they're able to store the gas in Germany and across Europe ready for this winter. And by importing electricity from us as well, it means running less gas-fired power plants and putting more gas into storage. So that's really works. The challenge will be as we come into this winter, as I said earlier, that if mainland Europe is having energy shortages, either gas or electricity, that will then have a knock-on impact that actually the interconnectors won't necessarily be able to flow power back into GB, which then causes us the challenges that I spoke of earlier. As you look forward to 2030, 2035, as the mainland Europe also decarbonises and finds other sources of generation, then you'd expect that to switch again. So actually the interconnectors become much more of a two-way flow, and we can help each other out and share the renewable resources that we've got. So interconnectors are a crucial and important part of the electricity system. Just 8 months into the war in Ukraine, they're behaving very differently to how they've behaved over the last 30 years. So we just need to watch how that plays out over the coming months and years.
Is there a need for more of them?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at as I said already, 50% of the time in GB we'll have more renewables than we have demand. So you either store it in long duration energy storage or you export it to mainland Europe and help mainland Europe to decarbonise, and vice versa. In a country like Norway, we just commissioned 12 months ago 1,400 megawatt link to Norway, the longest subsea cable in the world. And generally, we import power from Norway all the time because they have an abundance of zero carbon hydro electricity. Until this year, when they have a drought, and they've had a drought, then their reservoirs are running short. So wherever you look, there's challenges on the supply chain for generation for this coming winter. But interconnectors are playing a role because we now are supplying Norway with energy now when it's windy, so they can conserve their water to protect themselves for the coming winter ahead as well. So you can really see how the interplay between each of the countries and their different fuel sources, that interconnectors are adding huge value as we sit here today.
It does feel like a hugely important part of the picture. Toby, yes, you look like you have a thought, so please share it. Otherwise, I do have a question.
Well, I do. So yeah, agree with everything that Julian said, but maybe worth highlighting a couple of bright points when it comes to the UK market and how that's working. You know, internationally, the UK is seen as a reference market in terms of how to operate a fully liberalized electricity market. It's a very liquid wholesale market, and we have a diverse range of different products and ancillary services to help keep the grid in balance. And what we've seen that really in action over the last couple of years with a big build out of large scale battery storage. This is based on lithium-ion technology, so it's not so much the long duration energy storage technology that Julian was talking about, but this is more shorter term duration for a few hours. But because we are an island grid, we have quite high prices for the grid balancing services, things like frequency response, if you know what that means. Julian does. But this has basically provided great returns for people who have taken the risk of investing in building these large-scale batteries. And that's a purely market-driven signal, and is already providing, there's already multiple gigawatts of these batteries in the pipeline. We're actually starting to see some bottlenecks in terms of how long does it take for them to connect to the grid, whether that's the transmission grid or the distribution grids, low, medium and low voltage. And so there is, we see it there, and there's some bottlenecks in further upstream in the supply chain in terms of getting the materials for these batteries. But yeah, it is some aspects of the system work well, and it's just a case of making sure that they're working well for these other technologies such as interconnectors or long duration storage that we're going to need into the future. It's always a mixture of private and policy working together.
That was what I wanted to ask you, Toby. It was it's great to hear that the market has been encouraging some of these reforms itself, and as Julian said, that's probably partly because other incarnations of the government have set clear targets. But what needs to happen now in terms of policy to really make sure that this transition continues to happen at the speed it should and must?
Well, I think we essentially need a landscape that allows some degree of certainty of investment, and this doesn't necessarily mean long-term revenue guarantees for generators, but long-term support for price signals, the right price signals that drive investments in the technology that's needed to reach a zero carbon grid. And that doesn't necessarily mean picking winners either, which is something that the governments tend to do. They just like to jump on carbon capture and storage.
And how can those price signals best be set?
Sorry?
How can those price signals best be set by governments?
Well, I think that we have an electricity market that is well established and provides a price signal based on the hourly supply and demand of electricity. We're advocating for a new system of electricity certificates, which would provide an additional price signal for technologies that can deliver that. But you can certainly have, when governments set targets and incentives, either on themselves in terms of the way they procure electricity, or in terms of targets on kind of the network operators or suppliers or other stakeholders in the community, that all helps to stimulate demand for the right technologies, and then allows private investment. So I think there's a rich kind of toolbox of policy instruments that can be overlaid on top of these markets to help accelerate the system along.
And I was hoping that Dolf would bring in some more of the international comparisons, but maybe I could ask both of you instead, just in the context of the last year and the war in the Ukraine, and especially, preparing for the energy crisis this winter in the UK, we've seen the government introduce certain price caps and kind of market mechanisms as such. How do you feel those interventions stack up against the kind of interventions we're seeing in Europe to deal with the looming heating crisis this winter? Julian, maybe I could start with you.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, every jurisdiction has a slightly different set of market rules and a slightly different sort of set of policies. I think obviously the price cap in the UK to sort of manage inflation and to help consumers has been hugely welcome, but it still is almost a doubling of an energy price for the average home here in GB. So we are already seeing sort of demand suppression. A lot of people in the UK haven't yet turned their heating on for the winter. So the demand we saw today, for example, it's a cold October morning, the demand is much less than we would have seen this time last year, because people are taking that cautious approach to how they're consuming energy. So if that continues through the winter, that's obviously hugely helpful in terms of us as the system operator managing those peak demands, which for us in GB is sort of between sort of 4:30, 5 p.m. and sort of 7:30 p.m. And that's the critical time for us, which again, with our European colleagues, we're an hour difference. So the time difference really helps, because France gets to their peak an hour before we do. So again, that's where the interconnectors come into play, that actually if they're over their peak and we are struggling with ours, then power will flow and it'll support our peak, and vice versa. We can flow a bit before ours and then get some back as we come over to the peak. So it is one big holistic sort of system that works together, but obviously we do have competing and different sort of policies and strategies in each country. But I think that where we're heading in GB, I think the right messaging is getting out there. The price shocks, I guess, that everybody is feeling will drive some consumer behaviour and some sort of consumer energy efficiency, as opposed to like Germany and France, where actually they're dictating you will have 10% or 15% efficiency and you will do these various things. I think we will get there by people just wanting to save a bit of money as we head into this winter.
What do you feel about, sorry, I will come to you in a moment, Toby, I promise, because I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. But just on that, Julian, it does seem one thing with countries like Germany actively encouraging their citizens to use less energy, which we haven't seen in the UK yet, but neither in the UK have we seen any kind of even information or kind of support about just telling people that turning down your boiler is a helpful thing. Do you think that's something that's also needed?
I mean, that's for others to decide, isn't it? I think there's a lot of the media picking up on that, and there's lots of websites like the Energy Savings Trust and other sources where consumers can go to find out information how to save energy.
And Toby, how do you think the kind of government response in the UK stacks up to and compares to Europe's at the minute?
Yeah, well, I mean, a couple of different. All of Europe has been suffering, but in slightly different ways. It's worth highlighting some of the other differences with the UK. So the UK has seen, in terms of energy price inflation of both electricity and gas, the increase in the UK has been more significant than in other countries in Europe, despite us having a lower portion of our gas coming directly from Russia. And there's various speculation as to why that is, partly because we're an island grid, partly because we have much lower levels of gas storage than other countries like Germany. But inflation has been very extreme. So I think that the support for energy bills is essential, and that's been seen throughout. Another difference in terms of responses compared to the rest of Europe is that in Europe they have implemented a windfall tax on the companies that have been on the receiving end of these high prices and massively benefited, like the oil and gas producers and some of the generators. That so far the windfall tax that was the first one on the oil and gas that was introduced by Rishi Sunak has been tiny in comparison, 5 billion compared to 140 billion in Europe. And even then there's some loopholes. And then there's now, just today, we've heard that there may well be a sort of a windfall tax, although it's being debated what a windfall tax is, on some of the low carbon generators, the wind farms and solar farms that have been benefiting from these high prices. But I think that it is an exceptional circumstance, and such a market intervention to pay to really help the people who are struggling with these high prices is justified in this circumstance. And so we'll see what the UK do, whether it follows, and in the end follows the Europe's example. But
yes,
that is a big difference.
Yes, I think it was the UN Secretary General was made some comments recently saying that windfall taxes on the big oil fossil fuel producers are necessary in order to raise the money at an international level to cover the costs of the loss and damage that climate change will produce. In terms of speeding up the green energy transition, do you think that's something that should be pressed for at COP27 by governments around the world?
Yeah, I was talking about just to help people get through this winter rather than to solve climate change, but absolutely. And there are lots of different mechanisms by which you can do that. One that's talked a lot about is a carbon tax. You already have the EU emissions trading system, which is essentially a tax on large fossil fuel emitters. And those systems can help and be expanded. I think it's just one tool in the box. We need to essentially use these instruments to make it continually make it more attractive to use energy from clean sources as opposed to fossil fuel sources. Renewable energy is already much cheaper than fossil fuels. We need to bear that in mind. Wind and solar are the cheapest forms of energy generation of any kind. It's not that these are expensive technologies. It's just that we need to make have the incentives to build up all of the energy infrastructure that will be required in order to have a grid that can be completely carbon free. That's where the challenge is.
And Julian, what do you think is the kind of one thing you would like to see change at that international level, or be agreed upon perhaps at COP27, that could help with this transition?
Well, I think for me, as Toby says, renewables are by far the lowest cost source of energy, but obviously there's challenges in the supply chain, there's challenges in the permitting or consenting of these projects as well. And it's not just the wind farms themselves or the solar farms, it's the associated infrastructure. So planning and consenting of transmission infrastructure is a challenge wherever you are in the world. So I think we can have all of the capital investment stored up ready and waiting, but actually unless the permitry and planning and consenting processes get resolved, then actually all that money is just going to sit in the bank somewhere, because actually you can't make these projects real because you haven't got the planning and consenting. It's a real challenge for us here in GB, and I think it's a real challenge for many jurisdictions across the globe as well. So for me, that is the one thing that really needs to be unlocked in order to accelerate this transition.
I think maybe just to finish, one of the things that struck me most during the conversation was, that come 2030, Britain is hoping to have more renewable energy than demand, and that's fabulous. And then also that in that situation, interconnectors and kind of whirling energy around the continent as and where it's needed seems to be such a positive way of tackling kind of the future energy grid. But how do you see the current international diplomatic relations panning out to support that transition? Toby, perhaps first of all.
So I think that, well, we've got, there's some big challenges coming up, as Julian said, in terms of getting permitting off the ground. That's a key challenge. But what's really encouraging is this industry is waking up, and I just got back from a conference in the US, in Los Angeles, called IRE+, which is it's a renewable energy conference, but it's also the world's largest energy conference of any kind, 27,000 delegates. And in the US, they've recently passed it's called the Inflation Reduction Act, which was kind of Biden's flagship bill to get through the Congress. And what it does is it's got several things in it, but one of the big things it does is drive investment through something called the investment tax credit in not just renewables, but also all of this energy infrastructure. And so the industry there is actually, in very high spirits, ready to deploy. And there's basically about to experience exponential growth on top of already quite significant growth in the renewable energy sector. Here we're reading about Liz Truss, banning solar farms on low quality agricultural land. It's a very different story, and so this industry is moving quickly. And whilst some areas of the UK clean energy economy has done well, we do need to be careful not to be left behind.
That's an excellent summary. Thank you. Julian, is there anything you'd like to add?
So I think, Laura, I agree with everything Toby said. I guess the last thing I would say is that having an anticipatory investment regime for some of the transmission infrastructure, so you can invest, the transmission owners can invest ahead of need, and we create this strategic plan. So the system operator here in GB, we're creating this centralised strategic network plan, which builds on the holistic network design we did for offshore earlier this year, where we looked at the 50 gigawatt requirement by 2030 and holistically designed an onshore network that could deliver that power. So that cuts through this incremental project by project sort of build out, and actually looks at this holistically and actually gains the benefit of sharing assets, of understanding the security and the quality of power we get across those networks, and allows the transmission owners to invest with certainty, again taking out some of the risk to their investment program and allowing them to get ahead of the curve in terms of getting these projects mobilized and get them on the ground. To bring all this stuff together, I think really gives that clear supply chain commitment. We need the planning and reform regimes, we need the regulatory strategic investment proposals to land. But if we have all that come together, then actually we've got a clear plan as to how we get 50 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. So just 7 short years from today, that will all be connected and operating.
Thank you so much. It was all so useful to learn. And I suppose the only other thing to add into that list is probably international cooperation as well. And the more of that, the better. I'm so sorry on that front that Dolph couldn't make it, but thank you so much, Toby and Julian. You covered that so comprehensively. That's all we have time for now. But next up is our second panel session, and that's titled Navigating the Global Carbon Market, Risks and Opportunities. And this session will be chaired by the brilliant Marie Leconte, who writes for The New Statesman, and it's starting right away, so do stay on the line. Thank you again, Julian and Toby.
Hi everyone, I'm Marie Leconte from The New Statesman, and I'm delighted to be leading the second panel discussion of the day, titled Navigating the Global Carbon Market, Risks and Opportunities. Joining me today are Sabine Frank, who is the Executive Director of Carbon Market Watch. Hi Sabine.
Hello there.
Sabine is the Executive Director of Carbon Market Watch, a not-for-profit Brussels-based association with unique expertise in carbon pricing and a track record of policy work in international organisations and the European Union. Carbon Market Watch exists to ensure that carbon pricing and other climate policies cut pollution and drive a just transition towards zero-carbon societies. Then we have Janina Dallin, who is the founder and CEO of Carbon Next. Hi, Janina.
Hi there. Thanks for having us.
Oh, thanks for being here. So Janina is a forestry engineer and holds an MBA in environmental management. She's one of the 4 Brazilian experts in the UNFCCC's registration and issuance team, through which she analyzes carbon credit projects worldwide. Dallin has a deep knowledge of the Amazon rainforest, where she develops REDD+ and reforestation projects, which contribute to forest conservation, restoration, and bioeconomy development. She founded Carbon Next in 2010 and remains CEO to this day. And finally, last but not least, we have Audrey Goldstein, who is the Director of Carbon Markets Development at Standard Chartered Bank. Hi, Audrey.
Hi.
Hello. Oh, thank you. Audrey joined Standard Chartered in 2018. She's part of the carbon market development, helping the bank develop its capabilities and drive innovation in the voluntary market space through its wide connectivity and market expertise. She has led several complex transactions for various types of clients, including financial institutions, government, supranational, and blue chip corporates globally. She now leverages this wealth of experience to develop innovative and relevant carbon solutions for clients, while driving the bank's effort to be a leader in scaling voluntary carbon markets globally. So thank you all for taking part. As for the audience, we would really like you to get involved throughout the event. So please submit your questions to our speakers at any point, and I'll come to them quite soon via the Ask a Question button on your screen. We'll try to take as many as possible. And you can actually ask questions anonymously as well, if you want to, by clicking over the eye icon in the question box. And also please remember to use the hashtag #MakingSenseOfNetZero, obviously all one word, when posting about the event on social media. And please do post. Right, so let's get into it. So I think some of the questions we're kind of looking at prepping for this panel were, so can carbon offset strategies deliver meaningful changes to reduce emissions? What are the rules and governance needed in the carbon market for businesses to strengthen the credibility and viability of offsetting projects? What steps can companies take in the meantime to ensure the integrity of credit they buy? How can investors and other stakeholders be provided reassurance that carbon credits represent genuine emission reduction? Will a new carbon trading mechanism be created at COP27, or is the existing regime likely to be expanded? And yes, I think I'm going to be asking the panelists to think about all those questions, but also I will start by asking more specific ones to all of them. So Audrey, we're going to start with you. So I believe you have some thoughts on quality and integrity and whether policymakers need to step in, but also around policy efforts on sustainability, if you want to talk for a few minutes about that sort of stuff.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think the whole debate around quality integrity has been one of the key hurdles, right? If you start talking about voluntary carbon markets in particular, the question that keeps coming back is, how do I know this is not greenwashing? How do I know? I mean, it does stem to some of the other points as well, but how do I know that this is genuinely, that the project behind it is genuine and that what I'm buying is good quality, that I can trust my supplier? And I think some of those indecisions stem very much from the fact that the voluntary market is not regulated. There's a lot more confidence in markets. Like if you look at the European mandatory market, for instance, people don't raise those questions of, am I doing the right thing or not? Because it's not a choice anymore. There's no risk of a non-profit coming and making a statement that what they've done is greenwashing. So right now, there's basically much more downside in acting and being active and financing those projects than not doing anything, because if you don't do anything, nobody can really blame you, or well, they can blame you, but they can't say that what you've done is wrong. And it does very much come to the point of, do we need policymakers? Do we need a framework? I don't think necessarily that we do need this to be established by policymakers. We don't necessarily need this to be fully regulated, at least as of now, to achieve what it's meant to do and to reduce emissions. But there is clearly a need for, what is the benchmark? What do we consider to be quality? It's difficult to say that because the registry said so, even though they are the ones to also facilitate all this, I can believe that it is good quality. You kind of want to have this third-party verification. And though there are verification processes to get the projects registered, people are just not fully aware of how it works. And I think this is where the whole conversation around the Integrity Council, around the build on the core carbon principles, has stemmed off. It's that need to address the concerns that the market have around quality and integrity. And I mean, it's taking a while. The CCPs should have been out already, and there's been a consultation period. There's still a lot of conversations around whether the findings, the current proposal is fit for purpose. And there's no perfect solution. But at the end of the day, there needs to be some kind of benchmark or some framework that people can rely on. I don't know. I see some nods, and also I don't know if maybe Sabina or China have more comments on that. But yeah, generally speaking, I think that's required. It doesn't necessarily need to be policymakers, though it would make people's life a lot easier, because then we know who to blame if we don't agree with what's decided. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the one and only solution.
No, that all makes sense. That's really interesting. Thank you very much. Janina, I kind of want to come to you next. So you very much work with boots on the ground in Brazil on these projects. Is there anything you'd like to share with us on how they work in practice and what people should know about them?
Sure, be glad to share some information about it. Like Audrey was saying, benchmark is very important. And what do we actually try to do now on the ground, boots on the ground? We have more than, for now, more than 3 million hectares under protection in our projects in the Amazon rainforest. So in the beginning, it was very different. What we had in the first period of the carbon market, Kyoto Protocol, I've been working for that market as well. So we had a different reality. Now the market is expanding, and we see all the companies making their pledges to net zero. It's very important, that movement, and we are very glad everybody's joining and seeing from the IPCC reports the urgency and importance of everybody joining all the solutions. For avoidance, the majority of our projects are avoidance projects. And when we are boots on the ground, we try to raise the bar, higher and higher every time we are there. So transparency is very important. We try to bring transparency to our projects and actually show people what we're doing. We bring reporters to the projects as well, so they can spread the word and say, this is a high quality project. This is what we understand as high quality. So we can see the co-benefits of a project. We see the social benefits or specific local communities, such as employment, local labor, empowerment of underrepresented groups. This is like to raise the bar. Besides all those important issues as well, such as additionality, they have to be real and measurable. They have to be conservative, permanent benefits, independently verified, uniquely numbered and transparently listed. So besides all this that is basic, we go to a higher bar to deliver the high integrity quality carbon credits. And like Audrey was saying, sometimes transparency is very difficult. People don't know what they're really buying. So it is really difficult to show all this. But we are really trying to bring all these economic benefits for the income streams for indigenous and traditional populations, environmental and sustainability outcomes beyond emission reductions, such as restoration of native vegetation and biodiversity, the cultural benefits for specific communities, educational benefits, and also the bioeconomy programs to develop this bioeconomy chain project areas. So what we try to do is have all this in one project and try to show people what we're doing. We have people on the ground, we have photos, we bring videos, and we are trying more and more every time to have this transparency and having, as an example, like a video that could be live and everyone could join and see a project. That would be fantastic. We have our technology people working on that as well, so we can bring this transparency to the market. They will know what they're buying. Is it bringing real benefits or not? Is it really bringing reductions? Is it really stopping deforestation? So all these important questions that need to be answered will be transparent to the public and the ones that are buying those credits. So this is very, very important. And it's kind of tricky because there are lots of projects, lots of companies doing, and like a benchmark would be great. The core carbon principles that are being developed right now, they're trying to do that, but sometimes they do not understand the reality of those projects. Sometimes they bring some concepts that could work in Belgium, it could work in Germany, but it will not work in Brazil because some projects, they are so far away, they have such basic needs for the population that it doesn't make any sense. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring those realities to the core carbon principles to inform them. Like we say, it's very important that what's the reality of those projects. And if you are just ruling from the global north to global south, and you've never been to the Amazon or to any projects like Indonesia, all those places, it's going to be very hard to reflect reality or even bring this benchmark of what we need and what is the the specifics or what is good to the market. So we need to try to give this sense of reality more and more, like as much as we can.
No, that all makes sense. That was fascinating. Thank you very much. Sabine, finally, so you take more of a critical perspective on offsetting and carbon neutrality claims. Could you tell us a bit why that is and what a more realistic and honest approach could look like?
Gladly. Well, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge some of what Audrey and Jana have been saying. There are some very important initiatives underway to enhance the quality of credit generating projects and to credits. There are also project developers that take their job very, very seriously and try their very best to improve the quality of credits through improving all the measurements that they do and watching over the co-benefits that the projects have, etc. And there is a lot of scope for bringing integrity and quality to the market. There are still a majority of carbon credits out there that are low quality and that are cheap and for which there is a demand. However, with all those efforts of bringing greater quality, greater integrity to the market, there is one problem that this approach will not solve, and that is that the compensation logic is flawed. There cannot be any perfect ton-for-ton compensation. A ton of CO2 generated by burning fossil fuels cannot be compensated for perfectly. For example, it cannot be compensated for perfectly by nature-based removals because of various issues. There are issues of the permanence, the equivalent permanence of a removal cannot be guaranteed, and a removal also has not the same effect on the climate as an emission has. There is an asymmetry in the effect between an emission and a removal on the climate. The science behind it is complicated and I won't go into it. Suffice it to say, there is no perfect compensation. And therefore, if carbon credits are offered as compensation credits, they are after an unrealistic aim. They are chasing after a perfection that cannot exist. And the solution to this problem can only be to move away from the paradigm, to move away from the concept of offsetting and achieve a paradigm shift towards a system where carbon credits, ideally of a very high quality, are not bought in order for companies, say, to calculate themselves as carbon neutral, but where they are only bought as a contribution to climate action. Because on the ground, there clearly are very important projects. It's important to protect forests. It's important to generate co-benefits for indigenous people, to create employment, to create revenue streams, all of that. But we need the honesty that credits generated that way cannot really serve compensation. And that for companies, that means that they need to be honest on the one hand about their emissions and how they're reducing them, and separately say what remains as unabatable emissions in their case and how they're going about making a contribution because there are still these unabatable emissions, but not to say we're compensating for them perfectly. We are in the mix, we're getting to net zero because we're buying offset credits.
No, that was really interesting. Thank you. I was wondering, before we move on to questions, did any of you want to come into any of the points the others made? Raise a hand if so. Oh, cool. Janina, do you want to come in first?
Yeah, just a comment for Sabine. Sabine, it's very important that you bring this subject to the conversation, because we're very concerned about that when a company, makes a pledge for carbon neutral and saying, okay, I'm going to be carbon neutral by 2030 or whatever, and then it starts the compensation side. We're also very concerned. It's not like you just compensate whatever you're doing. That's not what we want. That's what we try to bring to the table and tell them, like you said, it don't really compensate something. We need to raise this ambition. So when this company is doing in the voluntary market, I think we have a different perspective. When it's like regulatory and mandatory, and they need to, get their emissions down 10% a year, whatever it is, the target they have. They need to bring this, like solutions or technology solutions, or change their energy matrix or energy source, do all the homework they need to do. But when we are in the voluntary market, and the companies, they do not have a target, it's not mandatory. As an example, we do have many clients here that they're just doing because they care about the environment. They don't have any targets. They don't have any laws mandating them to be carbon neutral, or lower their emissions, or have a target. So when they're doing that, they're actually raising ambition. And like you said, I don't know if we should call like a carbon credit, or if you're doing it, calling it as a compensation, as an offsetting, buying those carbon credits, you're actually doing so much more than just carbon. Like when you were involved in a project, like a REDD+ project in Brazil, of course, a high quality one, not those that are not doing the right things, such, like you said, permanence, additionality, and the co-benefits. But when they're doing this, and it's not mandatory, they're raising this ambition, and they're showing and giving an important message to the stakeholders and to the audience. They're saying, I don't have this target. It's not mandatory, but I'm trying to do something. I'm, getting my involvement on this issue, on climate change issues, and I'm understanding the project. Some clients, they go to the project, they go to the ground, and they see what's happening. And when we get the success of getting deforestation rates really down in that region, and stopping fires, and we do have satellite images controlling all the projects. So we know, like, almost real time what's going on, and then they feel part of it. So it's so much more. And they're like, okay, I'm trying to do I'm bringing to the table like a real transformation, like a social transformation of the forest. We have 30 million people in the Amazon forest. It's not like few people. 30 million people is much more than lots of countries in the world. And when they see the results that they're doing and bringing that, they feel so good, and they give the message to their audience. So it's so much more than just carbon. Like you said, maybe we should not call carbon credits, because it's much more than that. So the point is, when we say they're not doing anything at all, I think they're doing much more than they should when it's voluntary, of course. They're raising ambition. They're talking to the audiences. They are seeing the results. They're bringing results. And like you said, if we just cut down the forests in the world, we will deregulate climate change, the climate in the world, and we will not have the fine rivers bringing humidity to the plantations, and we'll start like a whole process of starvation and food production chain. So lots of trouble will come. So I think it's what they're doing in the voluntary market should be recognized as a very great step into climate change, combat. Yeah, that's it. Sorry.
All good. Thank you. So, Sabine, I think you had your hand up. Audrey, I saw you as well. So, do you want to just, Sabine, quickly reply to those points, and then Audrey, I'll come to you if that works.
Yes, I'll gladly reply to that. Janina, there surely are companies out that are very well intentioned and that are making a great climate contribution by the projects that they finance. But I disagree that different standards of integrity should apply to voluntary climate action than to regulatory or to mandatory climate action. Whatever claim you make, the claim has to be correct, whether it is a voluntary claim or it is one based on a legal necessity. And what we're dealing with currently is that we have companies that make carbon neutrality claims that are not backed up by either by their own climate plan, and they are not justified by the compensation that they go for in their climate strategies. A lot of companies set themselves carbon neutrality claims in order to seem virtuous to their consumers. They make claims about their company or about individual products, which might deceive the buyers of those products or of the services. And that is what is wrong. We cannot have buyers or users of services be under the impression that what they buy is completely unproblematical for the climate when it is not. That amounts to greenwashing. Carbon Market Watch, together with New Climate Institute, has looked at the carbon neutrality goals of 25 of the biggest companies of the world and has examined them in detail as to how substantiated they are. Only 24 out of those 25 have, only one out of those 25 have passed the test of being reasonable, of having reasonable integrity. 24 of the claims of these companies did not have integrity. And on the whole, only 40% of the emission reductions that they claimed were actually backed up by concrete plans. Most of them have left out a lot of their emissions or have relied too much on offsets, which don't truly offset emissions. So there is a big problem still to be addressed.
Oh, thank you. Just a quick reminder, by the way, to anyone watching, please submit questions to the panel, if you have any, obviously. And yeah, Audrey, sorry about the slight wait, but please share your thoughts.
So much to talk about. I mean, I would say that first and foremost, I do totally agree, Sabine, with the idea that carbon markets are not a solution, are not the solution as a standalone in itself. The idea of having carbon markets is not so a company can just say, this is my target, my corporate claim, and I will just make it up with carbon markets. But they do have a purpose in that the advantage of carbon is that it's somewhat measurable. You can put a number on it, you can put a price on it. And for better or worse, it's not a perfect solution, but it's one way to channel funds into it. I do agree that ideally you would want all the financing into, you want people to care enough to just finance the transition, to just purchase, or not purchase, but to just fund those projects, not just for the environmental aspect, but also for the social aspect and all the other co-benefits. But the fact is, Standard Chartered has issued a few months back a report about the just transition, and what we identify is there's about a $95 trillion financing gap to meet the Paris climate goals. And as good and as philanthropic as companies might be, we've seen it. We're just not moving fast enough, and we're not channeling enough money. And particularly when we start entering a period of inflation, of high energy costs, and all, people are going to struggle to say, "I am going to put aside that much money just for the sake of doing well, at the cost of my short-term economical health." What carbon markets can do is put a price on this transition. So when we talk to clients, when clients come and ask to talk about carbon markets, what's really interesting is that the very first thing we ask is not what carbon credits are you interested in, or it's one, do you have a clear idea what your exposure is? Do you have a proper monitoring, reporting framework in place to have an idea? Can you quantify your footprint? The second is, how much of it do you think you can reduce yourself before you go to carbon markets? The first thing is, how much can I abate? What is the cost of abatement? And the last step is for what I know already I cannot abate, or I cannot abate right now. This is where you turn to carbon markets. But even then, even in the second part, carbon markets can play a crucial role, because what will drive you to make the investment into that new technology to abate your emissions? I mean, again, you might have a CEO or someone high up that has a very strong conviction, but at the end of the day, he will be asked for numbers and accountability. If you have a corporate claim and commitment, and that if you consider, and that is not to say this should be the solution, but if you were to consider, what if the cost of neutralizing my footprint just through carbon markets? And this is where we need high quality, we need higher prices. If the price of carbon is high enough, it becomes a good enough incentive to make the investment into abatement rather than just take the exit route and buy carbon credits. And this is what's happened in Europe in the mandatory market. And here again, I think it's right to say that there shouldn't be different standards in terms of why should we held to a higher standard under regulation than we are on a voluntary basis. But we also need to keep in mind that most mandatory markets do not qualify as, those are not carbon credits. Those are essentially carbon allowances. They are taxes. They are a right to pollute. You cannot use those for corporate claim. At the end of the day, if you abate enough, you would almost say that they are opposite. The carbon allowance you would use in Europe can be neutralized in some way by a carbon credit, right? If you abated enough or you neutralized your exposure enough, then you wouldn't need that carbon allowance. So I agree that the standard of we should get to that net zero should be the same everywhere. We should have the same idea of what qualifies as a reduction. But you cannot hold to the same standard the budgeting of this is my right to pollute with budgeting on a voluntary basis. How much does it cost me to reduce, even though I'm still allowed to do so?
I was saying thank you. Sabine, hand. Janina, quickly, did I see you raise your hand? Were you rearranging your hair? I genuinely could not tell, sorry. So should I come to you afterwards, or was that genuinely just you?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, so Sabine first and then Janina. Sorry about that.
Well, it's always very seductive to hear of huge amounts of money that can be generated for climate action. But let's consider the fact that people who buy, companies say, who buy carbon offsets, they don't generate money for themselves to make the investments that lead them to reduce emissions, right? And so carbon offsets themselves, they do not reduce the emissions of the user. And neither often does the flow of money from, say, a company in the West to a developing country come with a big technology transfer that would make a significant advance in lower carbon production in that country either. So there is some flaw in this argument that carbon markets generate a lot of money for the green transition. On the other hand, Audrey, you made this comparison with mandatory markets or the imposition of taxes. There you have the potential of creating revenues which can then go into funds which are dedicated to support technological change in, say, energy-intensive industries and in energy companies. So it's not quite right to pit the voluntary market with its revenue-generating potential against a mandatory taxing system of one kind or another.
To be clear, I didn't say mandatory is wrong. I think, if anything, we need all the help we can get. I think what I'm saying is more we need both. It's not one is necessarily better than the other. It's we need to find a way to make it work.
Okay, thank you. Janina, did you still want to come in?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think this is all very interesting, all these views. That's what it makes us go forward. So I really appreciate those kind of conversation, and very glad you guys brought here all us together. We should have more of those. So, we will have like solutions to all these problems. So just a quick example of what it could, mean having these projects funded as carbon credits. So when we do have Brazil, we do have 45% of our emissions. It means 1 billion tons of CO2 comes from deforestation. It's a huge amount. So when we are doing that and funding those projects to stop deforestation, so we are actually reducing 1 billion tons of CO2 a year. That's a lot of emissions. So it is a real reduction in the end of the day. So it's something that we can measure. That it's so we can bring the results, and it's measurable. And also those projects, when we have those and we have that information to the audience, it should be transparent and clear, the results. So then we could measure, is it really benefiting the climate change fight, or it's not? If it's not, then we should stop. Say it's not benefiting, it's not bringing real results. Then we just say, okay, we tried, but maybe it was not the good way of doing it. Maybe we should do something else. So that's why I think transparency is so important to bring to the table, so we can have those answers and try all the mechanisms we have to bring real results. And as Audrey said, we need all the solutions. We do not have technology enough for the companies to be net zero by now. So that's why I think carbon markets could be and help on this transition to low carbon economy, since we do not have those technologies yet. So when the company comes to us and say, I want to offset my emissions, we do ask them, do you have your inventory? Do you have a science-based target? What are you doing to have that? Because what we tell them, that they should offset the remaining emissions that they're not allowed, they do not have technology enough for now, but they should have that plan, So I think it's a solution for now. It's not the perfect solution, I agree. And it's just for the transition. We need something that companies can adhere to and say, oh, okay, now I understood. I need to have a plan. I need to reduce. I need to invest in new technologies so I can be net zero 2030, 2040, 2050. In my opinion, 2050 is too far away. We do not recommend them 2050. And then we tell them, like, if we really succeed, like the REDD+ projects, and as an example, if we really succeed in 10 years, we will not have carbon credits anymore from those projects. We get to deforestation zero, and then we do not have additionality anymore. We'll not be able to have those projects again. Like to recalculate the baseline, it will be zero. It'll be like, okay, you have reached the goal of deforestation zero. You do not have those projects anymore. That's what I think it's a success for us. 10 years from now, we say we do not need those anymore. We have already reached and delivered 1 billion tons less emissions to the global, to the planet. So that's, some way of seeing that as well. Thanks, Marie.
Thank you. Thank you. Did either of you want to comment on that? Or if not, I can ask a question. No, I'm seeing no hands. But no, so on a slightly different topic, actually, because obviously there was the pre-COP meeting earlier this month. So I was kind of keen to know if you had any sort of, hopes and dreams of what, should be seen around, again, carbon offsetting at COP27. If anyone wants to answer that. Yeah, Sabine, go on.
Well, the big breakthrough on the carbon market under the UNFCCC already came at the last COP in Glasgow, right? We have an agreement on Article 6. We already have trading of emission reductions between countries, and we have a framework agreement for, a market in which companies could also eventually buy credits under the UNFCCC. But the implementation rules for this market aren't ready yet, and the negotiations of those are ongoing. They will also carry on during the next COP in Sharm el Sheikh. But whether we get those implementation rules fully at Sharm el Sheikh is very open. It's likely to take somewhat longer.
Yeah, thank you. Did either of you have any further thoughts on COP? Because if not, actually, so we only have 10 minutes left. I can't believe you have made this incredibly easy to chair. Flow so easily, the conversation. But no, because I think, with only 10 minutes left, I would like to ask all of you for some closing remarks or for anything that you think needs to be mentioned in the session and that we've not really touched on yet. I'll probably start with Audrey and then way up. So Audrey, Sabine and Janina. So Audrey, if you'd like to start. Anything we've missed out or any conclusions you've reached?
I'll very briefly jump on the COP comment and kind of take that into the conclusion. I think that I agree that with Article 6, there's a lot of, again, a framework that comes in place to help think on the theoretic level to help find a solution. I think, are we going to have a massive breakthrough at COP and a new mechanism and all? A breakthrough, I hope. A new mechanism. I hope the breakthrough is not a new mechanism. We've spent more than 10 years trying to come up with a mechanism that still, as we've seen, isn't fully functional, isn't perfect. I don't think that by trying to start again from scratch, we can achieve a better result in a much better time. I think it's more about trying to make what you have work and trying to find from there, how do you link up Article 6? How do you link up country level trading with also private sector trading? How do you kind of make either the link, or where do you draw the line between the two? But how do you make them coexist so that it doesn't feel like as a company you may start doing something and then get cut off because of a country all of a sudden saying you can't be purchasing those credits anymore, you can't be doing this, it's going to be done at a country level, when at the end of the day, the country doesn't necessarily have the full grasp of let's move the entire private sector. It also doesn't necessarily have the jurisdiction when you have companies that are seated in the US but have operations in Vietnam or in Africa, and there's a lot of border considerations that are difficult to grasp. What I would finish with, I guess, is also, this is all very difficult because it is a fragmented market. I think, as Jenna mentioned a lot of times, the need for transparency, the fact that right now a company that wants to do something, or even a country that starts looking to do something, is facing a maze of who do I need to talk to, what are the right standards or registries, why are there so many, why are there, if I have a forest, what is the methodology or the protocol I need to apply to, why is there so many of them? It's a very difficult market and just environment to navigate, and it is because it's a complex question and issue, but there probably needs to be at some point some aggregation of trying to just, and this is where, whether it's the CCPs, whether it's other initiatives, there needs to be some kind of recognition of, if you want to start somewhere, start by talking to those developers, to those registries. If it is forest you're looking to protect, then there's like 2 or 3 or maybe 5, but this is kind of the main things you need to look into. And also at a market level, fundamentally market level, there needs to be some development of transparency of whether it's an exchange, a platform, but it is very difficult to know right now, who do I buy those credits from? Am I paying the right price for it? And we're not even touching on, is the project valued correctly in the first place? Are we valuing our forests at the right value? There's a very high price there is put on technological removals right now, because it's much easier to put that break even of this is how much it costs me to put this technology in place. When you start going into nature-based, putting a price, it becomes very subjective. And why some of those credits are very low cost because they may not admittedly be good quality, but some of them might be very low cost because they're just not valued at the right price, because people are not ready to pay the fair price for those projects. And there's a lot that needs to be done for all of this to kind of come to a point where we can reach a critical price, a critical mass, to actually get emissions down significantly year on year.
Oh, thank you very much. We actually only have 6 minutes left. So Sabine and then Janina, could I have your last few thoughts and keep it quite short if possible, because we are running out of time. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, let's not forget the overarching aim of the carbon market has to be to serve the climate. It is not to serve the generation of revenue for carbon market developers or for banks or for brokers, and neither is it for companies to buy themselves a green image. So that consideration has to be there first and foremost. And I can only reiterate that what we need is a paradigm shift. We have to get away from the compensation logic, because it simply doesn't work, and it sets unrealistically high bars for credits, for the generation of credits, and for the quality of credits. We have to move to a system where credits are bought as climate contributions, but not in order to, strictly speaking, compensate for emissions. And then companies have to be honest about their climate strategies, be clear about the emissions they reduce, and on the other hand, where they use compensation, and be clear to their customers about that, so that customers are not duped into thinking their consumption can just go on as before. It is all right. It is green. That would be the wrong idea.
Thank you, Janina.
Yeah, very brief final remarks. I think the beauty of this, like since I've been working for this for more than 20 years by now, is that we can, like at COPE, we can sit on a table and have all the nations looking in one direction. So that's the beauty of things that we should not forget. We have one goal here, is to fight climate change. That's it. That's bringing lots of issues to lots of countries already, with like the floods and the problems with exceeding heating. So I think this is what we have to keep in mind. We have one objective here, to fight climate change. So that's why we are all talking and trying to find those solutions. We need, actually, now that we are already past to 400 parts per million of CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. So we do not have any more time to think about it. We need, this is the time of action. So that's why we're like learning by doing. We're really trying to do everything we can, avoiding removals, carbon capture and storage, technology, new technologies coming, and investing on those. So I think that we do have to keep in mind that big frame of climate change, and all the solutions matter. That's what we need to keep in mind. And also the accountability that needs to be done with all this, the markets and the NDCs and what's going to be, how it's going to work. So I'll leave that to Cope and all the specialists that are going to be there to, deal with that. But the message is that we need everything that we can. Thanks.
Oh,
thanks,
brilliant. Thank you so much. I think that is all we have time for. We have timed this perfectly, I think. Thank you very much. But yeah, thank you to Janina, Audrey, and Sabine, our brilliant panel. This has been a fascinating discussion. And up next is our third panel discussion of the day, titled Scaling Up Green Infrastructure and Renewable Capacity to Achieve Climate Targets. This session will be chaired by my colleague, John Whittaker, Senior Editor at Investment Monitor, and it will start right away on this very platform. So stay on the line. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Whittaker, and I'm the Senior Editor at Investment Monitor. I'm delighted to be leading our third panel, Scaling Up Green Infrastructure and Renewable Capacity to Achieve Climate Targets. We will attempt to be discussing the efforts to make our infrastructure greener to achieve net zero. Joining me today for the panel are Chris Wan, Head of Design Management Sustainable Real Estate at Masdar City. Hi, Chris. Jonathan Hollyoak, Net Zero Program Director at Atkins. Hi, Jonathan. Richard Fenn, Director at Woods Bagot. Hi, Richard. And Victoria Burrows, Director of Advancing Net Zero at World Green Building Council. Hi, Victoria.
Hi there, John.
So thank you all for agreeing to take part. We would love for all of you in the audience at home to get involved in the session. So to do so, you just need to submit your questions for our speakers at any point during the panel via the Ask a Question button on your screen. And I will try to field as many of those as possible as we go on. You can also ask questions anonymously, should you wish to do so, by clicking over the I icon in the question box. Please also remember to use the hashtag Making Sense of Net Zero when posting about the event on social media. Right, that's quite enough from me. So I will now pose my first question to our esteemed panelists and attempt to nail down exactly what we might mean by this term green infrastructure, as is mentioned in the title of the session. So first of all, I'm going to turn to Chris. And I'm going to ask you, green infrastructure is a somewhat fluid term, meaning different things to different individuals and organizations. How is it defined in the work that you do?
Well, green infrastructure, as you correctly mentioned, is used as a very general statement in multiple ways. And I think different industry have a kind of a different view on it, from the traditional recognition from roads and utilities, and then advancing into including some of the infrastructure structures that go with it, like airports, railway stations, right? But from the perspective of green infrastructure, I like to propose here that it is a full system that not only includes horizontal infrastructure, the traditional roads and utilities, but also or vertical infrastructure. So the crossbreed of all buildings, not only the community buildings, because in the world of energy, one doesn't distinguish between energy for an airport, let's say, and energy for a commercial office building. So it's a total holistic view that I like to put forward in part of this discussion of green infrastructure.
Sure. Jonathan, come to you next. Does that chime with your definition and the work that you do at Atkins?
Yeah, thanks, John. Well, I think it does really. So, I mean, Atkins works right across the sort of green economy. So we're in the built environment, we're in transport systems, we're in energy and industrial processes. And you can't really understand any of those without taking a full systems view. So I kind of agree with Chris about that. I mean, we could sort of narrow down on sort of the green bit. You know, for me, it's about sort of net zero carbon and getting on the right trajectory for that. We probably also need to take a slightly more holistic view in a different way about, you know, sustainable outcomes for citizens, particularly in the built environment, a biodiverse kind of future as well, and kind of putting a proper value on biodiversity is also important. But at the heart of it for me, kind of, you know, living within this engineering world that I do, it's about sort of understanding the full system and the impacts that you have. So, you know, it's about kind of how the supply of energy kind of impacts on demand. It's about the materials that you use and how you create them. It's about how you deal with the new and also the existing infrastructure that we've got to get on trajectory for the lower carbon future we need. So recognise a lot of what Chris has said there. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, Richard, your chance to introduce yourself a little bit and tell us how green infrastructure interacts with the work that you do.
Thank you, John. Well, just to sort of continue on this sort of similar thread, for me, green infrastructure really is about our cities, because this is essentially where the battle against the climate emergency is going to be won or lost. You know, they occupy 2% of the world's landmass, but account for 2/3 of the world's energy use and more than 70% of global CO2 emissions. So, and they're also the most vulnerable to climate change, with, you know, the vast majority, 90%, being on our coastlines, and thus quite vulnerable from climate change related disasters. So in my role, I've been working as an architect for over 20 years for an international design practice. I work for Woods Bagot, and that's very much exposed me to the challenges that we face globally within the built environment sector. And I think there's a really sort of laser sharp focus now on how we are designing our cities and buildings in the face of that climate emergency and the need to achieve net zero targets. And green infrastructure is about the elements required to support our city sustainably, whether it's including the buildings I think that we occupy, and, you know, there's also the way we travel and we move goods and people, the way we work and live, and all of those supporting elements, energy, water, food and waste, all play a vital role.
Brilliant. And turn to you now, Victoria. I mean, you work for the World Green Building Council, so you're pretty well placed to tell us how we're doing in terms of greening our infrastructure and buildings around the world. How are we doing? What's the current score?
Oh, so we need a whole nother session to cover that mini tiny target of scope of contact. But yes, I work for the World Green Building Council and lead a stream of work called Advancing Net Zero, which is all about leading us to completely decarbonize the built environment. And for us, built environment is buildings and infrastructure. One cannot exist without the other. And being able to decarbonize those spaces that we sort of live in, work in, play in, it's fundamental to the sustainability of our global community, to our health and well-being. It's how people interact with buildings, and as we say, get between them as well. And we actually published a report last year in 2021 around the time of COP, to call for an integrated approach in creating more sustainable built environments with both buildings and infrastructure, to the vertical and horizontal that Chris had mentioned, because buildings are designed in isolation, but they do not exist in isolation. And I completely agree with what Chris said earlier about how there's that interdependency in terms of energy use with it, whether you're speaking about a building that comes under that banner of social infrastructure or the sort of more traditional consideration of infrastructure. But I'd like to add something else into the mix, which is about supply chains. and you simply cannot decarbonize infrastructure without decarbonizing buildings, and vice versa. We get our concrete and steel from the same places. So for us, the building sector is a very strong demand creator to help decarbonize the production of those really crucial infrastructure assets.
Yeah, I feel like we've laid out quite stark challenges after the first question. There's a lot to do. I'm keen to find out how we're doing, and is it becoming more viable? Has it become more viable in recent years to actually deliver on some of these green infrastructure initiatives and to green our built environment? Are we seeing improvement? Is that becoming easier to do around the world? Chris, maybe you can speak to your experience at Masdar City.
I think what we are seeing is a rapid increase of awareness, right? And that is always a very, very good starting point. I believe that the challenge is how do you convert this awareness into actual practical steps? There are many great organizations, institutes, bodies like the World Green Building Council that promotes and produce roadmaps of how to get to where we all want to get to. But the fact remains, though, on a kind of on the ground level, there are many stakeholders involved, and I think we are all collectively still exploring and learning. So I would say we understand today we understand the problem probably better than any other time. Solutions are getting out there, and I've been working on the Masdar City project for a number of years now, and if our infrastructure and our building step by step, we are exploring better ways of doing things, making progress of energy reduction, water reduction, decarbonization. But I'd like to put out there that I do see one of the biggest challenges that we all have, and we have faced as Masdar City, is how to scale this. Right? You can have one amazing example of how to do it, but how do you make that idea go viral, so to speak? So a lot of the work we've been doing evolves on this idea of how we can make it go viral, or how to scale it out, how to get it out into the public domain. So if I wanted to expand on one point about how to get it out there, it now brings in the idea of the other big thing in the room, the costs. Mm-hmm. The cost, the finance, the commerciality, the economics, right? And there's a whole world of investment and financing into infrastructure and buildings and the combinations of the two. And so part of the discussion for today, we can go into more detail in a moment about the relationship of these two. But I see that's where the challenge is, marrying these two together to make them effective, both from a green point of view and from a commerciality point of view.
Yeah, and Jonathan, would you agree with that in terms of awareness, that has improved markedly in recent years, and the scale of the problem is well understood, but we're still seeing challenges in implementation?
So I see loads of work coming through, which is great. So it's not just about awareness; people are sort of spending their dollars sort of on sort of green infrastructure, which is really encouraging, which is great. I see kind of reasons to be cheerful in the way in which the ESG investor kind of movement is starting to drive different patterns of investment, which I think we're using some of the ESG and financing within our own business, and it sort of drives more awareness and actually different behaviours as well, which is a real force for positive change, I think. So that's a real positive. I see kind of reason to be positive in biggest market in the world, in the US, where you've got the biggest green stimulus since the New Deal. So in infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act. So there's a lot of money just coming on stream now. So there's a real moment potentially where we can really accelerate the change and build on the best practice that Chris talked about and deploy it more widely. So I think those are the reasons to be cheerful. I think if we're realistic, I don't think we've fully sort of understood quite what is required to sort of, to deliver this scale of change, this kind of complete shift in the economy that has to happen. So even, sort of when I look into the UK kind of energy supply sort of challenge, we've done work which says, we ought to be building 10 to 12 gigawatts of new energy capacity a year until 2050 every year, so just, really significant challenge, big investment challenges, big technical challenges. But do we really understand the scale of that change? And are we kind of moving fast enough? Probably not, to be honest, but I thought we've made some good first steps.
Okay, yeah, and come to Victoria there. Would you agree with that? We're having a conversation about awareness and what that actually means, I guess. There may be wide general public support of a general idea of net zero or greening our economies, but maybe not quite the awareness of the practicalities of what that actually means for individual people.
Yes. Yeah, I would say so. And we're seeing lots of net zero commitments coming from companies and cities and countries. When we're not at the stage of convincing people that this is the right direction to go anymore, we're now figuring out what does this actually mean and how do we deliver it. And some of the best sort of stories I've heard from around the world of those projects actually achieving it simply comes from asking different questions from how a project might have been executed before. And so thinking about cities, thinking about buildings and how they interact with each other, oftentimes a piece of infrastructure within cities and a building within those cities has a different profile in the way that they use energy or the way they expel energy or when they need energy. And we see that in the likes of university campuses, for example. You have a peak of hot water demand in the morning and then nothing throughout the day, but then you might be generating heat elsewhere that can be kind of shared around that campus facility. And I think that comes from just asking the questions, from placing a value on resources and not being happy to just expel waste heat into the atmosphere anymore. And I think it's, the likes of firms on the call here that are kind of willing to ask those difficult questions. If a kind of client says, this is what I want, and you say, well, are you aware that the result of that decision or that design implication is X, Y, Z? And I'm not in the UK at the moment, but I do remember a story from a couple of years ago that I think there's a kind of system to use waste heat from the underground to then use that waste heat that is generated all year round and all 24 hours a day into using or kind of helping to create the heating and hot water for homes. And then I think there's even a CHP system that then kind of turns that back into electricity to then feed the operational use of lifts and things like that within London Underground. And again, I think that's just one borough within London. But to Jonathan's point about scale, if these things can be, if somebody says, what if we take all this waste heat that's being pumped out of the underground into and convert that into useful energy in someone's home, or in this case, lots of homes. Let's give it a try and see if it works. And then it works. And then we say, okay, well, what if this was rolled out across the city? What could that achieve? And what we're hearing is that change in dynamic. Yes, there's increased awareness about net zero, but it's less about incrementalism. It sort of starts at the other end of the scale. It's not how can we make this building a bit better or how can we make this infrastructure a bit greener? It's the other way around. Why are we choosing not to make this project net zero? And if you start from there and work back, then you'll find all sorts of opportunities for sort of enhancing resource efficiency and energy efficiency and sharing resources across more than one project. If you've got a building next door, like a data center that could help power your building, then why not?
Yeah, and I want to bring in Chris here quickly, because I know you shared with me a very good example, very simple thing around Windows, where it's very much from an architect's point of view about the brief you're given. And if you've got a brief that includes thinking about these things, then you're going to be able to deliver energy efficiency.
That's right. And back to Victoria on point about how to think about the issues. And oftentimes we find we need to kind of look in our own mirrors and just think about what we are thinking. And this whole issue of how you approach a project, whatever project, be it a major infrastructure or the vertical buildings, figuring out what the right questions and what problems you're trying to solve in the first place. And oftentimes as an architect, I'll use a really simple example, is the window. When you have a window to the building, right, you've got to ask yourself, for a designer window, what did you design it for? Is it for how the window looks on the outside, because the building is going to look beautiful? Or is it from the inside, the view out, right? Or now in moving towards a greener world, is it from a pure lighting and energy point of view? Because a smaller window will let in less heat or keep more cold out, right? And a larger window have the opposite view. And then there's a balancing side, because you don't want a window too small because it will be too dark. So that means in there somewhere, from an environmental point of view, there's an optimum size of the window, right? And from a green world, that should be the size of the window. But when oftentimes I get asked, right, Chris, what do you think of the design of this window? Then I always ask, well, what was the brief? Was it designed to be environmentally optimized? Or was it designed for a view? Was it designed for a composition, right? And that would give you the answer of how it is designed. What I'm leading to is that to move towards greener world, we have to be careful of the problems we're trying to solve and the brief that we're trying to create. Working with designers and architects, the owners of buildings and ultimately investors has a really major role in this to direct these outcomes, because at the end user requirements, right, oftentimes forget how huge impact they have on the outcome of a building from an environmental point of view. If they ask the architect, I want this window to be optimized from an environmental energy point of view, that's what you get. And that's a starting point.
Yeah, and I guess an opportunity to bring Richard in there as our other architects on the call. How much is that embedded in the work, in the briefs that you're given now, in maybe comparison to previous times?
Well, I've witnessed a quantum shift, which is really encouraging. I think when I started practicing 20 plus years ago, green buildings were about lime render and rammed earth and sedum roofs, and it's much more sophisticated now. And I think even in the past week, I've had conversations with our clients where, as we're tasked with meeting a number of aspirations, because they're complicated projects that require multiple stakeholder interaction, many drivers, environmental drivers and commercial drivers, social drivers. And to Chris's point, that briefing is really important. And now we see in client briefs not only targets around cost per square meter from a construction perspective, or it might be occupancy, number of hotel keys, etc., etc. What we're seeing now is also targets around carbon and energy use, which is fantastic, because these are quantifiable objectives. I think it's important as an industry, that role that data is now playing in terms of understanding how we're occupying our cities and buildings, being able to measure that, being able to benchmark against that, and then seeking incremental improvements so you can provide those sort of tangible outcomes. And for an investment audience, it's the equivalent of providing tangible return on investment. You can track that increase in performance.
Yeah. Before we move on to the next topic area, just a reminder to anybody in the audience, if you have any questions that you want to pose to any of the panelists, feel free to do that through the private chat box, and I'll try to thread them into the conversation as we go on. We've kind of set out a stall about kind of the challenges ahead and how the people working within infrastructure are adapting to those challenges. I want to talk a little bit around major drivers or potential headwinds to the momentum around net zero, and talk about governments and policy first of all. And I was hoping to hear some examples of some really effective policy frameworks who are the guys around the world who are getting this right and understand the challenges and are implementing frameworks which are enabling a greening of infrastructure internationally. And I wanted to start maybe with Jonathan about his perspective on this.
Okay, thanks, John. I'm a dangerous person in this because I used to be a policy person, but I'm out of date. But let me give you a few observations. So there's a whole series of related challenges in the policy space in order to help accelerate progress, aren't there? There's stuff in the innovation field where you're trying to catalyze a market and help de-risk early stage technologies. Maybe it's early materials, maybe there's a valley of death in terms of technology development, and plenty of governments I think have done quite good work around that. It's grant funding, isn't it, to sort of help de-risk projects, to help get them develop on the development track. And I think where they drive collaboration between different types of parties, I think it can be really effective. So we work with contractors, universities, and clients in that space, and it's a good space to be able to share knowledge and innovate together, because you're not quite in the market together at that stage. I think that's helpful. I think probably more of a sort of scale challenge is thinking really carefully about how you pull as broad a pool of capital into the market as possible, and that's really obviously about long-term predictable returns. I think things like the contracts for difference in the UK market in the offshore wind side of things are quite good, because you can see a real laser focus on reducing the cost of capital, trying to sort of get a long-term predictable return, pull in a large pool of capital, but also kind of as we're seeing at the moment, sort of cap off the upside as well, so that it's not just a free for all. And there is when gas prices are very high, these projects are paying back into the economy as well, which I think politically makes them more stable actually in the longer term as well. So I'd like to highlight that as an interesting model to think about, where it's all about the cost of capital and financing carefully. The other space that I think is interesting, where we see interesting examples, is in regulation and certification. So Chris touched on this a bit. You can really drive change through effective regulation, and perhaps in the private market, things like, as I've seen it through HSBC, the Fast Infra kind of a certification program, where you can start to identify projects which have a certain set of characteristics which might be attractive to investors, and have some confidence that they're doing what they say they're going to do, is potentially really helpful. Going back to my point about pulling in that ESG kind of financing community, and giving them confidence to invest. I think that's an interesting space where we're seeing interesting moves at the moment. And then there's the simple regulation, in the building space, Estidama lead, which obviously drives, the highest possible standards, which is great. And then, maybe, there are other things which are obviously really important. Carbon pricing, in the UK, legislation is really important. It's driving more change than anything else. You can't build major infrastructure in the UK without kind of showing it's net zero compatible. So that's obviously slightly outside pure policy, but really important. The area where I think we're weaker kind of is true global collaboration, where I think I haven't seen many good examples of that happening, and there's plenty of opportunity as we try and do things like scale the hydrogen economy, develop carbon capture and storage in new ways, perhaps in industrial plants, where we ought to be able to share more, I think, given the scale of the challenge is so great, and no one country is going to be able to do it on their own. So I feel that's there's obviously good work going on in both of those spaces, but there's opportunity to do more, I think, collaboratively in those sorts of areas. So there you go, a few thoughts.
Yeah, covering all bases there. I'm going to be terrible, Jonathan, and just pin you down on a question at current affairs. It's been in the news today around the UK government potentially capping revenues for renewable generation or renewable generators. And it was interesting you say that. I think you were saying it in terms of the more conventional energy space, but if you take the politics out of what's right or wrong in terms of who you should be putting a windfall tax on, you're saying that capping profits is not necessarily a bad thing for the market if it makes it sustainable longer term.
I'm saying predictable rules of the game are really important.
Yeah.
And there are different things going on in the UK market. There's old renewable energy certificates, and there's new contracts of difference. There's wholesale gas prices. There's what's going on in the nuclear market. So it's quite a complex field. So I wouldn't want to be pinned down completely, but I do think just being clear on the rules of the game, at the outset, and sticking to them predictably, I think there's a real risk, obviously, at the moment of those rules changing retrospectively, and that will obviously harm investor sentiment. But there's no reason, if you set it up in the right way, where you can't have a bit of a share, careful sharing of risk on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Victoria, can I bring in you here at this point as well, and just share your thoughts around how well countries around the world are doing around building out the policy framework?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things that spring to mind. Firstly, the sheer volume that we're going to have to build between now and 2060. I think it's something like doubling the world's building stock between now and 2060. So that means building everything we've built over the course of time, history, again in the next 30 or so years. And that's quite frightening, in terms of what that means from a carbon impact, from a social impact. And we need to get it right first time. One of the biggest challenges for the sector is, how do we address our existing assets? How do you retrofit an aging London Underground, or how do you retrofit an aging social housing stock in Europe, when we also need to be building more in other emerging economies in order to meet that demand? So how do we learn from what we've done previously and try not to lock in some of those challenges and carbon intensive approaches? Because all of those buildings are going to need infrastructure that connects them together. So I think from a policy point of view, we're not doing great, right? We've got 192 nationally determined contributions. Building energy efficiency is like the second most mentioned measure, which is great. But of the energy codes that already exist in around 80 of those countries, they're just not good enough. They don't stack up in terms of driving down energy consumption or improving energy performance compared to where we know we need to be. So there's still a lot of work, honestly, to be done around energy efficiency, let alone the embodied carbon piece, which features more significantly when you're talking about that horizontal infrastructure that we were talking about before. Often you build a road, and so the majority of the emissions into that road are in the materials that went into the road. It then has very low emissions kind of going forward. The emissions are in the vehicles, right? Whereas a building, you build the building and then you've got a long-term operational performance of that building, especially if you lock in, use of diesel or fossil fuels. So these things really need to be considered at a scale that means that we can take that action and take that holistic approach and be tackling both carbon emissions across the entire life cycle, but also, what the opportunities are for people. And so, yeah, from a policy point of view, it's not great, but there are some signals that are showing that there is some traction. There's embodied carbon targets that have been brought into Denmark recently. There's some good stuff happening in Canada in terms of reducing embodied carbon in buildings. From a sort of infrastructure point of view, often the builders of infrastructure will be the cities or the governments themselves, right? They are huge asset owners. And so public procurement policies often come first because it's an opportunity to test the water and see what will work, and then introduce it into kind of mainstream policy. And so we're really encouraged by things like the Buy Clean Act from California, which has now crept up north into Washington state, which basically sets out targets for and criteria that sort of cuts off, if your emissions of your material are over a certain amount, we simply will not buy from you. And of course, they still have to build roads and bridges, so they've got to buy somewhere. They just won't be buying from you if you haven't taken actions to reduce the emissions of your materials. And so I think it was Jonathan's point about that global collaboration, what if every state or every country implemented the equivalent of the Buy Clean Act? It would happen overnight. We would see massive changes in the way that materials were produced and therefore the carbon impacts of infrastructure.
But do you have concerns? Given the macroeconomic background at the moment, there seems to be fairly dark clouds on the horizon, and I guess we're seeing it from a UK perspective already. The government is reassessing, is having to go through a very speedy process of determining what it's prioritising now, and is struggling with that process. Is there real danger here that a lot of countries might deprioritise these things?
I'm not sure about deprioritize, but certainly maybe slow down. It's still there, right? We still need to be taking action on climate. In fact, the longer we delay, the more extreme the interventions and the measures are that we need to be taking. Of those 192 countries that have submitted NDCs, only 19 have submitted enhanced NDCs ahead of this year's COP, and that was a requirement leaving COP from last year that they submit enhanced NDCs ahead of COP27. And we all know why. Their attention has been elsewhere. It's completely understandable. But there is a connection. There's a connection with energy security. There's a connection with energy poverty there. Improving energy efficiency, if this means that there's enhanced investment or accelerated investment in energy efficiency schemes to help improve the situation from an energy poverty point of view and reduce energy demand, that helps us from an energy security perspective as well. So I hope it's not a case of one or the other. It has to be, again, a holistic approach to that. We simply use too much energy for what that means in terms of renewable energy infrastructure to generate that much energy. So we have to be doing both, producing the renewable energy infrastructure, but also reducing our demand.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, I was wondering if I could bring you in just to speak of your experience, obviously a fairly unique experience at Masdar City, and just talk around how that has been, the work you've done has been enabled by policy, and how that's changed over time.
I think I've been very fortunate to be involved in a project that has moved very quickly, both in terms from a development point of view and in terms of the backdrop of the economics and the policies that goes with it. And in Abu Dhabi, 1.5 decades ago, it was really kind of the start of a major momentum of development, and so it was very early days from a policy point of view, from regulation point of view, right? And then in the early days, the introduction of the Istiqamah, which is based on BREEAM and LEED, but localized to the climate in that region, right? And so everything all happened at the same time. And of course, with these changes, and we know what changes do, people are concerned about what it do to their investments, right? And people talk about premiums for adopting these new regulations and rating systems. So all that conversation went on, and there's no simple answer. You just have to make that move, and it's very good that Abu Dhabi has made a move, and regardless of what the overall climate was, and just bite the bullet and just move on and take all those challenges. So on that point, it's interesting to put forward in this conversation of one of our first LEED Platinum building at Masdar City, and this was the Middle East headquarters for this Siemens Corporation. And this building was designed and built in the backdrop of the period of 2010 to 2012 down that area. And those of us can remember that time, there was a global financial crisis going on and everyone was impacted. And so that economic climate actually drove the design, and it was our first foray into very tight commerciality, but also responding to a very high performance end user requirement, and the brief which was set by the Siemens Corporation. And it was the really first time that we were asking those difficult questions, that I'll go back to that relationship between economic commercial viability and green building. And so the whole brief was almost by force of the local conditions at the time, was really concentrating on cost and performance, right? And to this date, it still remains, from an investment point of view, one of our most profitable building and still one of our greenest building, right? And it just kind of touched those both worlds. And so it was it was an opportunity. This is what I'm trying to say. It was an opportunity created from external factors, and we put it to use. So we now fast forward to today, where people are talking about a very difficult macroeconomic climate. Yes, that's absolutely right. But the fight against climate change must continue, and to the old saying of turning a problem or a challenge into an opportunity applies more than ever. And this touches on what we had to go through is a complete change of mindset, right? And everybody, just for everybody, people know this, people talk about this. Unfortunately, we're still in a situation where people tend to agree with mindset change, but it's always somebody else's mindset needs to change and not your own one. And like myself, I seriously have to look in the mirror every morning and say, no, it's my mindset that needs to change with it. So on that note, I just wanted to kind of give one tiny example to show, to hope to demonstrate what I'm talking about, right? We have a finished building, any building, and you talk to the designers, you talk to the building owner, and you simply say, if you had to redesign the same building and build it, same brief, same cost, do you think you can provide the same building at 1% better energy efficiency? Just 1%. So the answer usually comes back, yes, of course we can. It's easy. Then the response question is, well, then why didn't you? You see, again, it's a mindset. So why didn't you take that 1% and then that 1% and 1%? And I suppose going back to the idea of there's no single magic silver bullet, right? It is in some ways also an incremental journey. You look for all these 1%, and if you do enough 1%, then you're on your journey towards this net zero.
Yeah, and Richard, if I could turn to you, I wonder how much a percent emergent technologies are adding to efforts, in the work that you're doing, digitalization or smart infrastructure, or these kind of emergent technologies or ideas. How are they becoming embedded in the work that you do, and how much of a difference is that making to efforts towards net zero?
Well, I think it's the digitalization of the way that we design, procure and build our infrastructure and buildings is where most of the innovation has come from, certainly in the past decade. And I go back to an earlier point around being able to provide quantifiable outcomes. At Woods Bagot, we very much adopt a sort of data-driven design process, and we work generally with a whole team of other consultants, so engineers and specialists, whether it's facade consultants, lighting, fire consultants, and a lot of these buildings take significant teams to deliver them. And the way that we design now, the software that we use, the platforms, we're able to really drive optimized outcomes at quite an early stage in a project. So we're able to understand and predict accurately the energy use and those improvements that we can make. For example, the point that Chris mentioned about windows, we were able on one of our projects, which was highly sustainable, prove that having 40% of your walls as windows was the optimum point from an energy use perspective, and also ensuring adequate daylighting because it's a commercial building, and also optimizing it from a cost perspective as well. So we're able to use a lot of those systems and processes around how we physically design infrastructure and buildings, and then that also translates to how they're built as well. I'm very excited about developments in circular economy and how we're tracking the materials that we specify in buildings, and how potentially you design for future reuse and dismantling. We talked about retrofitting. I think the 80% of buildings that exist today will still exist in 2050, and given that energy consumption in buildings is about 40% of the global energy demand, it's absolutely critical that we embark on quite an aggressive retrofitting process, and all of that will have to avail again of technology around how we integrate within the buildings and how it's also commercially viable as well, because again it comes back to understanding those returns on investment. So technology for me is really sort of revolutionized how we're designing for sustainable outcomes.
Okay. And Jonathan, is there your interaction with technological advances? Is there stuff on the horizon which is going to add even more gains to efforts towards greener infrastructure?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just to pick up the thread from Richard. So, I mean, we've got a service called Decarbonomics, where we look at a portfolio of existing assets, that 80% that Richard talked about, and help a client work out how to optimize their portfolio and invest in the right way, the right things at the right time, so that they can get on a net zero path. So sorry for the sales thing, but it kind of shows that kind of right now, with energy prices high, you're finding the interventions that people can do are actually easier, quicker. That are going to return faster than they might otherwise have done. So that old trite saying about lean is green is kind of coming true right now in that space at the moment. So that's quite exciting. And when you kind of do some clever data analytics around those sorts of services, you can help a client make some bolder decisions than they might otherwise have done. So I think today we're seeing that. And when you look forward, getting that sort of deep integration of carbon into the broader digital sort of set of interventions you might make across the life cycle of a project is quite exciting. So maybe in the world of digital twins, for example, and really looking at that operational carbon impact of the roads that Victoria talked about, for example, and optimizing traffic flows, for example, is something that is doable today, really, but it's kind of something that we're seeing quite a lot of interest in from clients. So when you can sort of tackle through clever design the embodied carbon challenge, but also then apply to your best of digital and data visualization and program management, really, to the operational carbon as well, you're starting to make a real dent on the carbon challenge right across the life cycle. So it's not the whole of the answer, but it's quite exciting how much traction we can get now on using these new tools.
Yeah, and to pick up on Richard's point as well around retrofitting, I mean, there's a huge challenge there as well, right? And how do you see progress on that progressing? Oh, sorry, yeah, that was back to you, Jonathan. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, as I said, we're seeing quite a lot of interest, and it kind of feels like the economics are stacking up at the moment. Victoria, you might have a view from the GBC sort of point of view, but it's there's a lot of work out there at the moment, and it's a lot of clients who really want to make a dent, and they've signed up to their own targets. So that's driving sort of perhaps more attention on this agenda than it might have done before. So yeah, it's encouraging.
Okay. Yeah. You agree with that? Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we published a report last year called Beyond the Business Case, which we actually set out to prove why. Because I was always asked about the business case for net zero when we were trying to convince everyone that we needed to go to net zero. The immediate question is, well, how much more is that going to cost me? We set out to write a report that said, well, actually, even if the costs don't stack up, you have to do this from an ethical point of view, from a social value point of view, from a reputation risk point of view, from a risk mitigation point of view. No matter what sort of gets you up in the morning, there will be a reason why you need to embrace more sustainable approaches to development than business as usual. And actually, we found that the business case is stacking up because of those increased requirements from investors, the ESG expectations, from the costs of implementing some of these solutions going down. And actually, some of those whole life carbon approaches might mean that you're using less materials. And from a sort of technology point of view, using building integrated modeling or sort of modeling to help map your building against different climate scenarios in the future, that actually helps reduce the redundancy that's often built into projects, or contingency or kind of over engineering that's built into projects, and you end up using less. And then now that we can match and map finance against high performance outcomes, actually the business case is also stacking up. So, we actually now say you can't afford not to embrace this more sustainable way of approaching sustainable development, which of course means for us both buildings and infrastructure. And so I guess to kind of end that point, I think from us, we need to see better collaboration across the design communities. To that point that buildings aren't kind of created in isolation. We need all vertical and horizontal infrastructure to be considered from a climate action, health and well-being, and resources and circularity point of view. And that means that we need more action from public authorities, from their own public procurements, and giving those signals for regulations that kind of encourage the private sector to act, and they get mobilized very quickly when a new regulation comes in. And a big part of that is, of course, the investor community. So I think we're still in the awareness phase, but I think we're also deep into the action phase as well. It's just now time to scale up those approaches.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic summing up of the conversation so far, Victoria. I wondered if anyone wanted to have any final thoughts or add anything to that in terms of what needs to be done. The genie is out of the bottle. It's not going back in. There is progress. There's broad awareness, but there's still challenges in terms of effective policy and as you say, linking the dots in terms of overall strategy.
So from my personal experience perspective, right, and working on the Masdar City project, there are a number of moving parts, and each of them have to keep moving. And the project that myself and my colleagues have been working on in Masdar City, we've discontinued on some of the things I've been talking about earlier, from mindsets to questions to methodologies, etc. And we want to be part of that movement to increase that awareness, right? And we've got to the point now where we are in the middle of constructing commercially viable net zero energy buildings. We have a high-end office building, a lower cost, more also office building. We are working on in co-living spaces, right? And we just got to a stage now where the headline brief to everyone we're working with, including our architects and engineers, is we're starting off with net zero, and everything follows from there. And so expanding on this conversation today, you just have to kind of get in there and you make it an unmovable goalpost. And this is what we are pitting ourselves against at Masdar City. And hopefully we can share the results. Welcome everyone to visit us and see us as work in progress to contribute to a better world.
Brilliant. Thank you, Chris. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, but it just leaves me to say thank you so much to Chris, Jonathan, Victoria, and Richard for taking the time to speak today. Up next is our last panel discussion of the day, titled Enabling a Just Transition from Sustainable Growth to Energy Access for All. It will be chaired by Philippa Nuttall, New Statesman's former Environment and Sustainability Editor, and it starts right away, so just stay on the line. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I hope you've enjoyed the sessions we've had on offer so far today. A quick introduction from me for those who've just joined us for this session. I'm Philippa Nuttall, former Environment and Sustainability Editor at the New Statesman. I'm now a freelance journalist specialising in climate and energy based in Brussels. And I'm delighted to be leading our final session of the third day of our Making Sense of Net Zero Global Event series. This session is entitled Enabling a Just Transition from Sustainable Growth to Energy Access for All. And I have got two excellent panelists with me today. Unfortunately, Joseph can't be with us, but we have Rachel Kite, who's Dean of the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University and co-chair of the Voluntary Carbon Markets Integrity Initiative. Hi, Rachel.
Hi. And
we also have Eero Alio, who's the advisor for the Directorate for Just Transition, Consumers, Energy Efficiency and Innovation at the European Commission. Hi, Eero. So I'm glad that both of you can be with us today. That's great. We'd like our audience at home to get involved, so please submit your questions for our speakers at any point during the discussion via the Ask a Question button on your screen, and I will try to put them, as many of them, to our speakers as possible. Do specify if your question is either for Rachel or Eero. And you can also ask questions anonymously, should you wish to do so, by clicking over the I icon in the question box, but hopefully you'll say who you are, and then we know where you're coming from. Please also remember to use the hashtag Making Sense of Net Zero when posting about the event on social media. So without further ado, let's get on with the questions. So Rachel and Eero, I wanted to sort of start by setting the scene. We're in a very difficult situation at the moment in terms of we have an energy crisis, a climate crisis, a cost of living crisis, and probably any other crisis you wish to name. So where does a just transition fit in with this? Is it something which is kind of a nice to have, or is it an intrinsic part still of what we're aiming for? Rachel, if you'd like to kick us off.
Well, so I think politically it's intrinsic, but it's also economically intrinsic, and in terms of outcome, if we talk about the energy transition, the energy systems that we had of the past worked up to a point and then didn't work. So they didn't reach about 650 million people at all. And that number's been going up on the rise since COVID, and now fast on the rise this year. And the people, and then there's probably a couple of more billion people that it reached, but very intermittently and not with sufficient energy to really sort of be of productive use. And then, of course, we were extremely profligate and wasteful with our energy system, and energy efficiency was sort of always the least sexy part of the Sustainable Development Goal. So I think the vision going forward is that we can have energy systems that are much more efficient, much more useful in the use of resources, but also actually reach people with the kinds of energy that they need when they need it. And we can do that through renewable energy, through the revolution of the technology, through the revolution in its price, and through different systems. But that's going to require different sort of forms of utility, different regulation, smart grids, all of the things that go with it. And there's a concentration often on, where are we generating our energy from and how cheap is renewables versus fossil fuels. But the whole infrastructure of our energy system is going to have to change. And of course, in some countries, there's very little that it's going to replace. In other countries, we have to sort of unpick the systems we've already got. But it's from a political level, it's impossible to get to net zero if this is top down. If this is don't do as we do as we say. If it is something that's going to benefit the elites, if it's something that's not going to help everybody adapt and become more resilient to climate change, because those impacts are right here. So from a political point of view, we need young people to lead this transition, and they have to be able to imagine a world where they're going to get access to reliable, affordable and clean energy.
Super, Rachel, thanks. That was super clear. Eero, the same question to you. What's the Commission doing? How does the Commission view the just transition, given the other challenges it's having to deal with at the moment?
Thanks, Philippa. I think our logic is this, basically, that we have now this, call it mother of all crises, and we need to pretty totally transform the economy, and that means also traditional consumption and production patterns, and then rely more and more on technology actually to go get to our climate goals. And the energy sector is in the center of this work, but it's also getting more and more complex at the same time. And that means that, a bit like Rachel was saying, so we are sort of no longer finding the solutions in the sort of production and transport of energy like we did in the past, but now we need action by the demand side. So that means consumers, and all the more now that Russia is waging war in Ukraine. So practically, this means like people, renovating, reducing unnecessary energy use where that is the case, using energy efficient appliances and things like that, going to demand response, for instance. And this kind of a complexity that creates a risk that some people, say for instance the elderly or the energy poor, will not be able to understand or participate in this transition. And that's because maybe not having digital skills or the equipment actually, or bank accounts and things like that, which are required by many service providers. So there are going to be winners and losers. And also, when you look at the industries, take the fossil fuel industry. So when that will little by little, reduce, so then there will be people getting unemployed. And for this reason, so we think that unless we anticipate and support these groups, the vulnerable and those likely to lose their jobs, so we would be in a situation where some people would be left behind, there would be social tension, and the whole transition could fail. So and to prevent this, Commission has indeed put the just transition as a key requirement of this whole European Green Deal strategy that we are doing to get to climate neutrality and all that. So and there are some very concrete things that have been done, like launching the Coal Regions in Transition initiative to help those coal mining regions, for instance, to turn their economies into something sustainable. And all that work actually connects to earlier work and legislation which has been done to fight energy poverty. So obviously, apart from legislation, you need funding for that, and that's why we are suggesting, we have proposed a climate social fund to fund that kind of activity in Europe. And the new thing what is here, particularly when you look at energy poverty, is that you have now the middle class risking to fall into this. And here I'm talking more like European level. If we go to the other continents, so things are at another level of complexity. Thanks.
Thanks, Eero. So, Rachel, you said the transition, economically and politically, it has to be a just transition. Perhaps if you can just explain a little bit more in terms of politically, is this because there'll be pushback against it, basically, if we don't have a just transition, and therefore it will stop? And then the second part of that question, the transition needs to happen quite fast. I mean, we're being pushed at the moment to speed up the transition in Europe because of the war in Ukraine. How can you have a just transition and bring everybody along, which tends to take time, and also wean ourselves off Russian gas and decarbonize in the next, fairly short space of time?
Yeah, well, to the second point, I mean, that's a seminar in and of itself, right? But look, we just have to sort of dust ourselves down a little bit, because we got ourselves into this mess because we didn't move fast enough to begin with. And now we have the added dilemma that the West and the developed world's sort of dragging of its feet has now put it in a situation where it is guilty as charged of an extraordinary accusation of hypocrisy by the developing world. And now we have African leaders arguing that we should be investing in their fossil fuel expansion, contrary to the scientific advice of the International Energy Agency or the IPCC. And the argument is, well, even if we did all of that, it would only be 4% of global emissions. And so we should concentrate on the G20 reducing their emissions. While then, the UK and other European countries are now opening up the North Sea again, et cetera, et cetera. So we've got ourselves into a real tangle. But the imperative is investing in renewable energy and in demand side management and energy efficiency, and then finding the ways to actually get the finance to flow into emerging markets so that they can grow green as well. Now we're going to have an additional problem, which is the sort of picks and shovels in the renewable energy value chain are extremely scarce, right? Everybody wants to get their hands on the last remaining sort of solar panels and polysilicon and all the rest of it. And we've got a dependency on China, which is politically inconvenient at best, right? And so what we see is the rising prices of, renewable energy components as Europe tries to get its hands on that, and that's forcing up the prices in the rest of the world as well. So just at the time that we need the transition to speed up, so we find ourselves hamstrung. And so there's going to have to be massive investment in the production of the supply chain as well as then the installation. It's not impossible to do, but we're looking at exponential growth rates of renewable energy in almost every jurisdiction. We have countries, including the US and parts of the EU, that have had exponential growth in renewable energy in the last few years, but now we need to do it everywhere all at once. And that's going to put a real strain on resources. And the investment behind that is or the lack of it, or the fear that the investment will not be there, is what's leading, I think, a number of developing countries to sort of say, look, just let us do what we do with our fossil fuels. We're not the problem, you're the problem.
Yeah, exactly. This question of investment is such a big one. So, Eero, how can investors and finances work alongside the public sector to create opportunities to accelerate the energy transition and make sure it happens in a just way? What's the Commission doing to help these finances flow both into the EU but also outside of the EU?
There are different things there. So, if you look at very concretely what type of what kind of support can be given and is being given. So one thing that we're focusing on that's more like from the finance point of view is funding project development assistance, which is something that we see particularly at the more local regional level. There are capacities missing on how to get from a project idea to something that you can present to a financer, to a bank or something like that, and that is the kind of a key problem. So that's why we've been setting up various types of tools for that. One which is operating in Europe is the so-called ELENA facility, or we have a city facility which is for small grants to develop financial concepts, for instance, and then you have similar tools which are part of the sort of external action, which are then aimed at let's say Asia and Africa. So those are some examples of that. And then one thing which is pretty relevant as well is that it's not just we shouldn't focus on financing individual projects, but they should fit into a plan, into a sort of longer term plan which has been done, so that there is a path, there's a target, there's a plan, a way to get to the target. So if you do that and you have a local commitment, say by a mayor, by a city authority, for instance, that they stand behind this, so then you have a better chance of actually making some achieving some results. So this is, for that reason, we have the various types of voluntary initiatives which are helping with that type of planning, so that you have more fertile ground to then start project investment. So these are some ideas. And indeed, then when we take the example of Africa, for instance, so the focus there is indeed on resilience and adaptation, because that's what counts. There, and then if you look at Europe or North America, so it's more on mitigation related activities. So it again varies very much. And one of these initiatives, by the way, is the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. This is something where we have 11,500 cities, where we indeed get the cities together, help them with these kinds of target setting, also measuring the starting point, because data is a big problem, particularly if you look at Global South. So often, there's not much data to know where, what is the reality in say in a city or in a rural community. And therefore, there's also support going into developing these kinds of tools, which can then, use satellite technology or something to get a rough idea what is the reality today, so that you can then plan on how to improve that reality. So those are some ideas. And then it's a lot about, actually, if you want to make those kinds of things successful, so what we've noticed is that you have to get the local and regional authorities on board. So because if you don't, so then, then likelihood of failure is much higher. But if they are there and they have some kind of a stake in this, so then you have a much better chance to get there. So these are the things. And then there are, of course, the larger funding sources which are used such as the partnership instrument, which has now changed name, and I forget the name, of course, at this moment, but this is the one which is operating in the Global South, and there we're talking about more sizable sums of money. And on the European side, obviously, you have the regional funds, you have COVID, the recovery and the resilience funds, and those are the kind of, let's say, money pots that are helping in this process. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And Rachel, in terms of you've mentioned that there's obviously, I think you said 650 million people before COVID were without access to energy, and this is increasing since COVID, as you've said. How do we make sure that the energy solutions that are being offered to these people, and when these people are given access to energy, that this access this energy is clean energy? Especially, as you say, at the moment when there's certain amounts of messaging coming out of the EU and in particular the UK is that, well, it's all right at the moment, we can sort of stick with the fossil fuels and we'll worry about the rest of it down the line when the situation's a bit easier.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that it's a great question, because I think if you're living on low income in the north of England and you can't pay your energy bills, you've actually got much more in common with somebody living on low income in the north of Uganda than you do with the elites in either country. And that's another reason why the just transition has to be what we're trying to engineer here. And the reason why your energy bills are very high in the north of England is because the energy prices are tagged to fossil fuel prices. Now, the other interesting thing is that we're subsidizing fossil fuels today more than we were 2 years ago. So all of those G20 pledges, all of those G7 pledges, all of that platitudinous stuff that we hear every year at COP or the General Assembly, World Bank annual meetings, whatever, G7, G20, EU members have not cut their subsidies. And so, in a time where everything's constrained, those, 600, 700, $750 billion worth of fossil fuel subsidies reapplied, it could make a difference. Now, the 650 million people who didn't have access to electricity, and that's an IEA number, so it's probably, it's an undercount because it's a government reported number. But those are mainly living in sub-Saharan Africa, small islands and remote places. The access to energy for those people for years, it has been understood that is not going to come from centralized fossil fuel energy systems, that the best chance for reliable, productive use of energy for those people is going to come from distributed renewable energy. And the sad thing is that just at the time when distributed renewable energy business models are understood, technology is understood, there's all kinds of innovation across Africa, across the developing world. So the credit markets have all withdrawn again under this extraordinary economic moment that we're experiencing, with all kinds of disruption, headed into recession in major economic blocks. And so the financing, again, we come back to it. So we need credit enhancement. We need risk-bearing public finance to attract private finance. We need, we need to have a different approach to risk in our own public development finance. Of course, Europe's public development finance has been pivoted to supporting Ukraine in large parts. And so this question of how we use public money to leverage private investment into off-grid renewable energy in Africa is actually mission critical, not only for energy access, but also to let those people be part of an energy transition. Otherwise, we leave them behind. And given climate impacts, they're going to fall back into poverty because, weather patterns are severe, crops are failing. We're going to have 4 famines across the Horn of Africa declared by the end of the year, probably. So we've got to understand that this is an investment which makes economic sense. You can't grow an economy without energy, but it's also a cheaper way of managing the future than humanitarian assistance, and it's a security issue as well.
And just building on that a minute, I mean, you obviously used to be at the World Bank, and the IMF and the World Bank are having their annual meetings at the moment. I mean, do you think across the multilateral development banks and these bigger institutions that needs to be a real commitment to what you've just said, to sort of give the markets the confidence and to de-risk some of this finance? I mean, I don't think the World Bank at the moment yet has climate change as part of its official mandate. Is that something that needs to change?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of extraordinary people working at the sort of coalface, pardon the expression, in the World Bank and the other MDBs. I think the question is, are they using their capital, of which they have a lot, to the maximum effect? And the answer is no. I mean, when the leverage ratios are 1-to-1 or 1-to-1.4, that's not good enough. The International Finance Corporation and the private sector lending arm of the World Bank needs to be leveraging 1-to-4, 1-to-7, 1-to-10 on a regular basis. They need to be using their balance sheet to crowd in more private investment. They need to take more risk. We've also got more and more philanthropy, and I'm sure that's what Mr. Nganga would have talked about if he'd been here. But we don't need that philanthropy to mimic conservative multilateralism. We need that philanthropy to really go in and prime the pump, so that development finance and private finance come behind. There's nothing new under the sun. We need to be doing guarantees. We need to be doing credit enhancement. We need to be doing stuff in local currency. We need to be helping countries get out of debt. It's very difficult to talk about climate finance or financing a green transition if you're debt distressed. And today, while everybody's in Washington, 60% of low-income countries are in debt distress. 30% of the emerging markets are in debt distress. And so you'll hear Mia Motley from Barbados and other developing country leaders asking for more urgency and for more risk-taking. They're also asking for the reflows of the SDR issue, the special drawing rights that were undertaken by the IMF. And so for the developed world, for EU members and for European countries and for the rest of the West, the question mark being asked is, can we be coherent and can we be commensurate with the size of the emergency? Of course, all coming at a time when we are fighting a war, which is increasingly around our values on Ukrainian soil.
Thanks, Rachel. And Eero, Rachel mentioned the poor people in the north of England without who are struggling to pay their energy bills, but there's obviously people across Europe who are struggling to pay their energy bills, and different member states have put different measures in place. How do we ensure that the transition, I mean, you mentioned sort of aid for the coal regions, which is very specific, but how do we ensure that this transition is just for everybody and people can pay their energy bills and be able to afford to introduce a heat pump or put solar panels on their roof? What's happening at an EU level to ensure that that's a level playing field as much as possible across the whole of Europe and it's not dependent upon each member state?
Would you mind repeating the question, because I have actually connection problems, so I sort of hear every third word. So
I mean, in a nutshell, basically, what's the Commission doing to ensure that the transition isn't just for specific regions like coal regions, but for everybody, that people can pay their energy bills, whatever their income level, and they can also afford to have clean energy, solar panels on their roofs, a heat pump, rather than relying on gas?
Okay, now I got it. Thanks. So, yes, indeed, the coal transition was a specific example of these kinds of coal or carbon-intensive regions which need a specific type of help. But it's obvious that the energy poverty-related work is looking at much larger group of people. So we've been estimating that we have some like 35 million people at energy poverty, and I bet after this winter, that number is going to be growing quite radically indeed, because we're reaching the middle class, and for that reason, so we've put actually in place legislation really requiring our member states to identify and address this this problem, because this is something that has to be done actually at the country level in practice. So there is the more direct work, which should be really targeted assistance. So instead of spraying support money to everyone, including those with nice swimming pools and villas, So it's really trying to get to the point where that type of support to for instance, paying bills, that will be going to those who need it. So that's a kind of a principle. And then in order to get to the sort of deal with one of these like structural reasons or causes, so that's usually energy efficiency and bad energy efficiency of buildings where people live, because we know that the ones suffering, for instance, from energy poverty, they usually tend to live in the worst quality buildings. So that's why we're putting a lot of effort into that, and recent legislation as well. We identify the vulnerable consumers and energy poor as the primary like priority group that has to be focused on when dealing out money which goes into improving the housing conditions. So that's that part. Then with the current war, so we've also given advice, what we call kind of like a toolbox to member states, where we said that, look, please, you can use these kinds of tools, including looser what is the state aid provisions, for instance, and then sort of creaming off some of the what one could call windfall profits from fossil fuel companies, for instance, which are earning unexpectedly high profits. So distributing that to the needy in the society, including also SMEs, which are risking to go bankrupt because of the energy bills, and things like that. So we have those types of measures which are very recent, and those are under this Repower EU package, I would call, or set of activities, very recent ones. So those are some examples, and then yeah, I mean, the focus on targeting that I already mentioned. And then let me just a bit comment on because Rachel was making a point on the energy, solar energy and off-grid renewables. So I really, I fully agree on that, because that's, and then we're taking a look more towards, let's say, global south. So there's one great benefit of that type of technologies, and that's the fact that you do not need to build long, an expensive grid infrastructure. And that type of infrastructure is in many countries very underdeveloped, and it'll cost a lot. It is prone to natural disasters. It is prone also to theft and things like that. So off-grid renewables can be a really good and sort of cost efficient compared to this traditional ways of doing. So that's something that we really prone, including our sort of development cooperation activities. And we have seen many good examples how it works well. And there you're kind of like leapfrogging the situation. And then the same thing, there's a big push for solar rooftop solutions in Europe as well, so that we can get to that transition, which will actually take us away from these kinds of fossil fuel driven energy price crises. I mean, this is a fossil fuel crisis. It's not a renewable energy crisis. So we know where the right direction is. And well, there are some ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Those are great ideas. I wanted to ask, you mentioned the global south and solar panels, and Rachel, I wanted to come back to you, because often when we think of energy access for everybody, I think in lots of people's head there's sort of an image of a solar panel and a battery pack, and that's kind of where it goes. Whereas before you were mentioning that, we need a lot more than that. We need lots of finance going into infrastructure and grid infrastructure. How sort of, I suppose, how is that developing in terms of sustainability, sustainable energy for all, and enabling the transition to be just, so that in poorer countries it's a proper infrastructure which is put in place, and not just a solar panel and a battery pack which sort of gives people a certain amount of energy, but it's not the same as we would be looking at in the global north?
Yeah, so I think that this is a very important point, because we're not trying to get everybody enough energy to keep them poor. We're trying to get people enough energy so that you can run a modern society. So you focus on, education and health systems, making sure that they've got reliable, clean power, and then where does the large scale renewable energy come from? The offshore wind off the coast of Mauritania, the solarizing the Sahel, and then of course I think spurred very much by the crisis brought about by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, you're starting to see fairly rapidly moving conversations around green hydrogen hubs on the coast of East and West Africa, but also in other parts of the global South as well. So can we using the extraordinary renewable energy endowment that these parts of the world have, use that to create the kinds of energy needed for manufacturing, for industrial use, etc. So if you have abundant clean energy, which Africa does, can you imagine a future where that's different? Of course, that will require investment. And I think that, the politics of this at the moment are that, that investment hasn't proven, sorry, the public part of that hasn't proven to really be there. And then there's sort of constant talk about, well, we just leverage in the private sector. Well, that's not there either. And, nobody expects, I think, BlackRock to sort of be wandering around the Sahel looking for projects. That is the job of development financial organizations, institutions, and project developers, paid for presumably by development banks, etc. And then, those projects should be invested in or brought, with risk enhancement, etc., and then brought to the private sector. So you're starting to see, like IDB Invest, for example, the private sector wing of IDB, looking at originating projects and then distributing them to sovereign funds, to the private sector, as opposed to originating them and then holding them. When the multilateral development bank system started investing in private sector in the 50s, it was very much at a time when there wasn't a private sector in most developing countries. Well, that's not the case now. And also we have a different set of crises. And so I think this is where, again, the pressure is to change business models. But that said, there's within the Sustainable Development Goal, we understand how much energy people need to do certain things. And, I think through mini grids and smarter grid connections, and then running, off-grid or distributed energy alongside grids, with better technology, with more digitalization, with better institutions, we can imagine a world where everybody in Africa has access to electricity. However, that's going to require lots of institutional development, lots of capacity building. And we were talking about the fact that cities in Europe don't have a lot of the capacity or the access to the skills that they need. Well, to the power of n, that's the same problem in other parts of the world. So huge skills demands, huge needs there as well, and that's often not part of the conversation.
Yeah. No, totally. That was made very clear today in various forums in Brussels.
Yeah.
Era, I wanted to come back to you on the question of manufacturing. I mean, you've both mentioned this huge need to increase the amount of renewable energy, and therefore we need infrastructure. I mean, we've heard from the wind industry in Europe this week, which says it just can't get the materials it needs. We've had the blockages from China based on various things, notably COVID as well, and various factories being shut down. We've now got the energy crisis. What's the EU doing to either produce more locally or to ensure that the materials will be there so that we can actually build the wind turbines, the solar panels, and the hardware that we actually need?
Can you repeat again what you can do to produce what?
The hardware. So how do we produce solar panels and wind turbines when we don't have the basic materials we need at the moment?
Sure. So there are a couple of things here. Some of the basic materials are maybe a little bit easier to source. I think there's been the COVID crisis is a good example. So what we ran out of, and not just Europe but other parts of the world, were things like silicon chips, that type of things. Pretty important for everything. And there is the question of concentrating that type of sourcing in Asia, indeed in practically China and Taiwan, and that turned out to be a bottleneck. So there's now indeed work on the so-called European Chips Act, which would which aims at sort of revitalizing this type of industry in Europe. I mean, there is some, but getting more of that happening here, and this way avoiding this kind of risks of bottlenecks on that particular part. Now then, there are many other raw materials which are bought often from the international markets, and it will not make sense to start sort of becoming self-sufficient in all of these things. That would really be not particularly, let's say, at least economically efficient. So, but what is clearly happening now is that there's a very much of a diversification of sources. People are, European countries are, and the Commission as well is negotiating agreements around the world on developing these kinds of new sources or like supply chains with more, let's say, friendly governments or reliable governments, since we are now in this type of situation. So we cannot remove this kind of a risk. That risk of lack of materials will be there, but I think little by little, hopefully, we will make some progress on that part. Then again, if you allow me, I will just jump on the really good point that Rachel made there about the banking sector. You know much more about it than I do, but it just reminded me this thing about focusing on clean and green versus, let's say, traditional or fossil. So we work a lot with the EIB, of course, among the development banks. And I mean, you will know EIB declared their goal to become a climate bank. So clearly sort of phasing out, stopping the finance on things like coal power. And that's quite an important statement. And I think it's more than a statement. So this is something that will then go spread into the sort of international activity of the EU, because that's still the biggest development bank in the world and our main cooperation partner. So I think that's one important point to keep in mind. But then indeed a lot of skill development will have to be happening, and that's why we're investing in Pact for Skills, all these things, educational systems in Europe, because you have to rethink that now in this new setting. So we need to get those skills up, like they are missing in city halls, they are missing in many other places as well. And we desperately need them.
Thanks, Sarah. And so just to finish, we've got COP27 coming up. Rachel, what in this area, what do you think needs to happen at COP27? I mean, it's being held in Egypt, so it's we could hope that there's more discussion around sort of the global south. It's been deemed by many people the implementation COP, so we've sort of got what needs to happen now when we need to implement it. There's also the question of financing. What for you is key to make sure that we answer these two questions of it being a just transition and also that there's energy for all?
Yeah, so it's a COP on African soil. As you said, the Egyptians have framed this as implementation. There's an ambition gap still, but there's the bigger implementation gap. So I think things the African countries have been arguing that we really need to focus much more on adaptation. The financing for adaptation has not been flowing, but I think that you're going to see that we're not going to have all of the things that we need, given the geopolitics and given everything else that's going on. So I think most of the focus seems to be on trying to make sure that there is an adequate stream of financing into these just energy transition platforms. So we saw the first one announced in COP26 for South Africa, $8.5 billion. There's now been lots of work being done in Indonesia, Vietnam. There's a partnership with India, not a JETP, but something similar. And now you've got many other countries queuing up saying, well, we want a JETP too. They were originally about the countries that had the heaviest dependence on coal, trying to exit them from coal quicker than would happen normally. And now we've got lots of countries that don't have any coal wanting a JET-P as a political bargaining chip. So we've got Senegal, Nigeria, Egypt itself, etc. So I'm not sure how long that list is and how many would sort of be announced. But that's driving also then conversations about how do we get finance to flow. And so you'll see lots of activity around creating carbon markets that work for Africa, and some pushing and shoving sort of around that. And then I think the other thing to look for is, given that so many pledges were made around net zero by private finance in Glasgow, with the famous announcement of the Glasgow Financial Alliance and net zero, that's really come under a lot of pressure in the last year from those who have accused some of the members of GFANZ of greenwash. But it's also coming under pressure now from the right, as it were, especially in the United States, a criticism of net zero commitments being basically woke capitalism. And one of JP Morgan Chase's buildings behind me, and let me tell you, at 3 o'clock this morning when I couldn't sleep, it was lit up like a Christmas tree. JP Morgan's CEO has basically said that he doesn't think that they can meet these targets. So there's a real tension about the banks that are inside GFANZ and what is going to go. So I think that there's a question about, undoubtedly, there's lots of private finance that needs to find green assets to invest in. But what we haven't done, I think, is build those transmission mechanisms. So I think there'll be, quite a lot of pressure on the integrity of net zero claims. I think that'll be a big discussion in the corridors.
Thanks, Rachel. And then a similar question to you, Eero. So from an EU, European Commission perspective, what do you want to see at COP27 to see this work on a just transition and energy for all moving forward?
Well, I'm a bit repeating now what Rachel has already said. So there were a couple of points. I think the climate finance part, that was in Glasgow. The discussion showed that afterwards there was sort of dissatisfaction by the level of climate finance that the developed world had put on the table. There were promises, but the delivery was not of the same level. So obviously there would need to be some new pledges on that area, particularly since we are in Egypt. So that's a fact. And again, adaptation, that's the thing that concerns Africa, but the global South usually a lot more. And we've noticed that working on that topic in the global North has had some challenges in the way of just give one example. It is challenging to come up with a way of developing more standardized measures that can limit the impact of climate change in local municipalities or regions. So things tend to be such that you have to sort of tailor make many of these solutions at local level, and that creates a complexity, and also then the planning and sort of assessing the impact. So these are the things which are more difficult than to argue in front of when you're looking for investors in this, and then also where to who gets the benefits of that. If I finance that well, what are the benefits for me? So these kinds of things, that it's a complex set of questions, the adaptation, but there has to be focus on that, because it's really particularly Global South which is taking a lot of that almost the worst of the effects of climate change, but then have still fairly enough contributed least to it. So if we don't get forward there, so then there's a bit of legitimacy issue with the whole thing. The other point and that comes into the carbon markets actually, and I was just talking about the emission trading system earlier today at another event, and preparing for that and looking at what's happening in other cap and trade systems around the world. And I think the reality is that those should be a bit recalibrated to be a little bit more realistic to the, get a bit more realistic price for carbon than is the case in many places. It's more symbolic than realistic. And then obviously, I would hope that some of the conditionality on the NDCs by the parties to the Paris Agreement, that some of that would, be reduced. So that would of course send a good message as well. And maybe the very last point. So there are, if you look at not the negotiations and the agreement itself, but look at again the subnational and non-state actors. So around the COP process, there are like hundreds of initiatives which have been launched on, fighting climate change and pushing for energy transition. And that, in a way, it's good, of course, that obviously we want that, but we are now reaching a level where there are just way too many. And we are hearing from donors that it's too complicated. So just an hour ago, we were talking about the spaghetti of initiatives that is already getting to a counterproductive level. So there has to be consolidation, use existing instruments, invest more in those, and then you get a better impact. Thanks.
Thanks, Eero. I like the expression of spaghetti of initiatives. I think we should use that in the future. Thank you. We've got a very quick question that somebody's just asked on the chat. If Rachel, you want to just sort of answer it in a sentence or two, which is, when talking about renewables, you didn't mention nuclear as part of the mix. What would you advise regarding countries building thorium-fueled nuclear reactors?
Well, I think nuclear is potentially part of the solution in countries that know how to regulate nuclear. But given the timelines of planning, I think it's difficult to imagine when we need to make huge decarbonisation this decade and not in the next, that this becomes a major part of the mix in countries that have no regulatory experience of working with the nuclear industry.
Thanks, Rachel. That was super clear. I'm really sorry I'm going to have to pull this debate to an end, but it was really interesting speaking to both of you. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. And I'd like to say a huge thank you to all our panelists for their participation today. And I'm sorry that I'm about to cough, but I shall just sip some water. And that's a wrap for day 3 of Making Sense of Net Zero and for our event series of 2022. I'd like to say a final thank you to our sponsors for making sense of net zero this year, which were Aberdeen, DWS, Floodry, Madster City and RMS. We'll be back next year in the run-up to COP28. In the meantime, all of today's content will be available for anybody to watch on demand as of Thursday. You'll be able to do so by re-logging onto the event platform and clicking on the On Demand tab and rolling to the session that you wish to play back. That's it from me. Thank you again to our participants. Thank you to everybody who's joined us today, and have a good afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are. Many thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.